Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Deadly Fill-Up, Fueling a Nightmare. I never thought a gas station could unsettle me. I hadn't planned to stop there. The highway was mostly empty, save for the occasional rig lumbering past, its headlights slicing through the dark. The dashboard clock blinked 10:13 p.m. in that irritating way digital displays do when the power fluctuates. I was tired, the kind of tired that settles deep in your bones after a day spent behind a desk, staring at spreadsheets that made your eyes ache. I figured a quick fill-up and a cup of something hot would do me good. The pump's nozzle felt cold in my hand, slick with gasoline residue. I noticed the labels regular, unleaded, premium, diesel all in their usual spots. I remember thinking the diesel looked a little old, the paint on the small sign above it chipped and faded, but I brushed it aside. I always stuck to unleaded for my little sedan. I'm not one to experiment. The station was deserted except for a man behind the counter, hunched over a newspaper with the fluorescent lights inside flickering overhead like a dying heartbeat. He looked up as I entered, giving me a nod so slight I almost missed it. "Late night," I said, trying to sound casual. My voice felt scratchy, the dryness of the air inside the station hanging heavy around me. He grunted in reply, "I's not leaving the paper." The fluorescent buzz filled the silence between us, and I glanced around. Shelves stocked with candy bars, gum, and a jumble of road trip essentials, maps, air fresheners, those little bottles of windshield washer fluid. When I stepped back outside, the night air hit me like a slap. Sharp, cold, with a faint scent of rain on the wind, even though the sky was clear. I shook my head, trying to clear the weird feeling that had settled in my chest. The kind of feeling you get when something's just a little off. I slid the nozzle back into place and closed the gas cap, the click echoing too loudly in the stillness. The pump screen flashed the total, $21 and some change. I dug out a couple of singles and handed them over through the slot in the window. "Keep the change," I said, forcing a smile. The man barely looked up. I got back in the car, the heater ticking on with a soft hum that was oddly comforting. I turned the key, expecting the engine's usual growl, but instead, it sputtered once, twice, then caught. I shrugged and backed onto the highway, headlights cutting through the darkness. The road stretched ahead, empty and silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle wind. The radio played a late-night show, the DJ's voice low and steady, telling stories about strange happenings in small towns. I half listened, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror now and then. About 5 miles down, the car started to cough. A rough, rattling sound that didn't belong. I eased off the accelerator, heart ticking faster than it should have, the heater's warmth doing nothing to stop the chill creeping up my spine. Then it died completely. No sputter, just silence. I tried the ignition again. Nothing but a tired click. My hands trembled, not from cold, I told myself, but frustration. I checked my phone. No signal. Great. Just great. The sky had deepened to a velvety black, stars twinkling faintly above, but they did little to pierce the feeling of isolation that wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. The road was deserted, no headlights in either direction. The wind whispered through the trees lining the highway, a low susurrus that sounded almost like voices if you listened too hard. I sat there, engine off, breath visible in the cool air, trying to piece together what had just happened. The gas. The pump. The labels. Were they right? I ought to have filled with unleaded, but what if something else had slipped past me? A mix-up. A mistake. I stepped out, the gravel crunching underfoot louder than expected. The night smelled different here, less like pine and more like something chemical, sharp and invasive. I looked back toward the station. The neon sign flickered erratically, the glow casting long, jittery shadows across the forecourt. The door to the station was shut tight, the windows dark except for that one flickering light inside. No sign of a man. I walked closer, the hairs on my arms prickling as the silence pressed in. The air was colder now, the kind of cold that sinks into your skin, not just the surface. I glanced at the pumps again. The labels were there, but something about them didn't sit right. Maybe it was the way the paint looked freshly applied in some places, like a hurried job. I tried the pump handle nearest to me. It felt loose, almost like it hadn't been used in weeks. I noticed the hose had a faint sticky residue, like something had spilled and dried. A faint taste of metal lingered in the air. I shook my head, imagining things. Probably just tired. Turning back to my car, I caught a movement in the corner of my eye, a figure standing just beyond the edge of the station's dim light. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the shadows, that my mind was playing games. But the unease stayed. I slid back into the driver's seat, the interior suddenly feeling too small, too quiet. The heater ticked on again, but it didn't warm much. My fingers drummed nervously on the steering wheel. I called the station number from the receipt, but the line was dead. No dial tone, just that flat silence. I looked at the pumps one last time, the labels staring back, official and unyielding. But what if they were wrong? What if no one else knew? The road lay ahead, empty and dark. Help was miles away. And I was stranded. I sat there, the engine cold and silent, the faint smell of stale gasoline lingering in the cramped space of my car. The figure I thought I'd seen, if it had been anything more than my imagination, clung in my mind like a shadow I couldn't shake. I stared out the windshield, watching the dim, flickering light from the gas station's sign buzz and falter. It looked tired, like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting. I pulled my phone from the dash. No signal. No calls. No texts. Just that endless, mocking search bar at the top, blinking with nothing. I leaned back, exhaling slowly. I had to think. The pumps. The sticky residue. The labels. If the gas was wrong, maybe I wasn't alone. Maybe someone else had made the same mistake. I forced the door open, the cold air rushing in like a slap. The night smelled sharp, like wet asphalt and something faintly metallic. I glanced around. The station was deserted. The building's windows were dark, the old fluorescent bulbs inside long since burned out. The only sounds were the distant hum of highway traffic and a dog barking somewhere far off, a lonely, sharp yip that echoed into the stillness. I crossed the cracked concrete, my boots making soft thuds. The pump handles hung limp, the hoses coiled in their holders. I ran my fingers over the sticky residue again. This time, I noticed something else, a faint smudge of red paint near the base where the nozzle rested. It looked like it had been deliberately marked, but I wasn't sure why. The label above it said unleaded, but my gut twisted. What if it was wrong? The thought made my chest tighten. I had to find out more. I circled the pumps, scanning for anything I'd missed, a note, a warning, anything. Nothing. Just the same official stickers, the same faded instructions. Then I saw the little keypad on one pump flicker once, then go dark. A shudder ran through me. I stepped back. Maybe the power was unstable. Or maybe someone was messing with me. I bent down to look under the pump, and my fingers brushed something cold and smooth. A small, folded piece of paper wedged beneath the base. I grabbed it, heart thumping, and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was messy, hurried. Don't trust the labels. They switched them. We're trapped out here. Help. No name. No date. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled, and the paper felt heavier than it should. I looked around, half expecting someone to step out of the shadows, but there was only silence. The cold climbed into my bones as I stuffed the note into my jacket pocket. I had to get out of there, but the car wouldn't start. I tried again, the engine sputtering weakly before dying completely. I paced back toward the building. Maybe there was a phone inside. Maybe someone else was trapped here too. The door was locked, but a small service window stood slightly ajar. I peered in, the interior dark and coated with dust. A faint smell of mold and old coffee lingered. I tapped on the glass, then pushed the window wider. The rough edge scraped my palm as I reached inside. The counter was empty, save for a dusty logbook and a faded calendar pinned to the wall. The calendar was stuck on last month. Nothing else. I flipped through the logbook, pages brittle and yellowed. Most entries were routine fuel deliveries, maintenance checks until the last few pages. The handwriting changed, more frantic, less neat. Pump 3 mislabeled, one entry read. Drivers confused. Complaints ignored. Another, manager insists it's not our problem. Told to keep quiet. Then, a final line, barely legible. Something's wrong here. Need to warn others. Tense day. I closed the book and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The station operator was gone. No one was coming. And whoever left those notes was somewhere out there, stranded and scared. The sky above was a thick blanket of clouds now. The wind picked up, rattling the loose sign on the roof, making it groan like an old beast. I shivered, not just from the cold. I was stuck. Alone. And whatever was happening here wasn't an accident. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for a miracle signal. Still nothing. I thought about walking along the highway, trying to flag down a car, but the thought of stepping into the darkness, into the unknown, made my skin crawl. I wasn't sure what was worse, being stranded or moving toward whatever might be waiting out there. I sat down on a cracked concrete barrier, the rough surface digging into my palms. My mind spun through possibilities, some ridiculous, others terrifyingly real. What if the mislabeled pumps were part of something bigger? Sabotage? Negligence? Or something else, someone else playing a cruel game? The night deepened. My breath came out in light puffs. I tried to focus on the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my own heartbeat, steady and stubborn in the silence. Then faintly, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, a soft crunching noise somewhere beyond the edge of the station's light. I froze. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, like footsteps on gravel. I wasn't alone. I stood, muscles tight, eyes scanning. The darkness beyond the pumps was thick and unyielding. No movement. No shadows. Just waiting. A voice crackled from my phone's dead speaker, a whisper of static that didn't belong. I dropped the phone, heart hammering. The wind carried a faint scent, something metallic, sharp, like rusted iron. I took a step back, then another. The night wasn't just empty. It was watching. My thoughts raced. Who else had been here? Who else knew? And what would they do if they found me? I glanced once more at the pumps. The labels, the residue, the notes, they all pointed to danger. I couldn't stay. But leaving might be worse. I swallowed the lump in my throat and started walking toward the highway, the cold night wrapping around me like a shroud. Something moved in the corner of my eye. A figure just beyond the flickering light. I blinked. Gone. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't look back. I kept walking. I didn't look back. Not once. But the feeling didn't leave me, the weight of eyes behind my shoulder, the flicker of movement just out of focus. I tried to shake it, telling myself I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks. But that metallic scent lingered in my nostrils, sharp and sour, like blood mixed with rust. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. I'd been stupid. I realized that then. Stupid for trusting the gas station, for thinking the labels made sense. That pump had lied. I could still taste the gasoline, not the usual sweet, faintly floral smell of unleaded, but something bitter and off, burning at the back of my throat. The car's sputtering death was more than a mechanical failure. It was a warning. But where was I now? The road stretched on, no lights, no signs of life except the occasional distant glow of a farmhouse or a flickering neon sign swallowed by the trees. I thought about turning back, but the station's shadow seemed to stretch behind me like a noose. Going back meant facing whoever or whatever was there. Staying put meant freezing, alone and exposed. Neither felt like an option. I stopped, chest heaving, and pulled out my phone. No signal. Nothing but static and dead battery. I rubbed my temples, trying to think it through. The station's pumps had been mislabeled, yes, but why? Was it just incompetence? Or something else? I remembered the faint scrawl of a note stuck behind one of the pump handles, barely visible under the grime. It said something about testing and contamination. I dismissed it at the time, assuming it was a prank or a warning for the staff. Now, it felt sinister. Like someone had deliberately sabotaged the fuel, trapping drivers in the middle of nowhere. A chill ran down my spine. That meant I wasn't the only one. Others had stopped here, filled up, and ended up stranded. And if they were still around, watching, waiting. I swallowed hard. My legs ached, but I forced myself to keep moving. The cold was creeping into my bones, and the highway showed no promise of rescue. I walked faster, the thin moonlight casting long shadows that twisted like fingers on the cracked asphalt. Then I saw it, a pair of headlights flickering in the distance. Relief surged and then faltered. The lights were slow, erratic, like the driver was struggling to keep control. The car swerved, then stopped near the shoulder. My pulse quickened. Was it help? Or another victim? I called out, voice hoarse. Hey! You okay? No answer. The engine idled, low and uneven, like a cough. The driver's door opened, and a figure stepped out, silhouetted against the glow. They looked around nervously before spotting me. Thank God, the voice said, cracking. It was a woman, mid-30s maybe, her coat stained and her hair a mess. I thought I was alone out here. Me too, I said, stepping closer. Did you fill up at the station? She nodded, eyes wide. Yeah. Same thing happened, car died. I've been walking for hours, trying to find help. Any luck? She shook her head. No signal. No cars. Just nothing. We exchanged names. Hers was Clara, and the conversation was a lifeline, pulling me back from the edge of despair. But as we talked, I noticed the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, her fingers twitching at her coat pocket like she was expecting something or someone. Did you see anyone else? I asked. Her face tightened. No. But I heard voices earlier, near the station. Low, urgent. Like they were arguing. About what? She hesitated. I don't know. Something about the pumps. About making sure no one leaves. That sentence settled over me like a stone. We weren't just stranded by accident. We were trapped. And whoever was behind it didn't want us to get away. A sudden noise, a rustle in the bushes, made us both freeze. The night pressed in, thick and heavy, swallowing sound and light. Clara grabbed my arm. We should keep moving. Find somewhere to hide. But where? The roadside offered little cover. The trees loomed, dark and silent, and the highway stretched endlessly. We walked side by side, our breaths visible in the cold air, every snap of a twig or whisper of wind setting nerves on edge. I kept thinking about the pumps, the mislabeled fuel, the note I'd ignored. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. And whoever was responsible was still out there. Farther down the road, a dim glow appeared, a small cluster of buildings, maybe a diner or a motel. It was faint, but it was something. Hope, maybe. Or another trap. Clara and I exchanged a look. Neither of us wanted to be the first to suggest it, but the unspoken question hung between us. Could we trust anyone anymore? I swallowed again, the metallic taste thick on my tongue. The night was closing in, and the road behind us was no longer an option. We had to move forward. Together. And with that, I stepped toward the glow, every sense alert, every nerve screaming that the worst was yet to come. The light pulsed gently ahead, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms among the trees. Clara tightened her grip on my arm, her breath shallow but steady. We edged closer, hearts pounding in sync, bracing for whatever waited in the darkness beyond. The glow ahead flickered like a dying candle, a weak pulse against the suffocating black. I kept glancing behind us, half expecting shadows to peel off the trees, to come alive with someone waiting. But the night held only silence. Complete silence. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, no sign that the person or people responsible for the pump labels were trailing us. That didn't mean they weren't out there. It never meant that. It just meant they were patient. The cluster of buildings grew clearer as we approached. A diner, its neon sign sputtering weakly, open glowing in a dull red that looked more like a warning than an invitation. Next to it, a motel with flickering porch lights, some bulbs dead, others buzzing and threatening to burn out. The air smelled faintly of frying grease and stale coffee, a scent that was both inviting and unsettling at once. It reminded me of every roadside stop I'd ever hated pulling into, but right now it was the only thing between us and the wilderness swallowing us whole. Clara whispered, "Do you think anyone's inside?" I didn't answer immediately. My throat felt dry and scratchy, the metallic taste still clinging stubbornly. I wanted to say yes, that we could find help here, but the knot in my stomach tightened. Something wasn't right. Not just the gas, not just the pumps, but this place. The way the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows seemed to flicker in rhythm with my heartbeat. The way the shadows pulled beneath the windows, thick and unnatural. Before I could speak, the diner door creaked open. A figure stepped out, tall, thin, and wrapped in a coat too heavy for this time of year. The man's face was half hidden in darkness, but his eyes caught the neon glow, sharp and cold. He didn't smile. Didn't say hello. "Lost, are you?" His voice was low, rough, like gravel and smoke. Clara tensed beside me. I could feel her pulse hammering against my ribs, raw and urgent. I wanted to tell the man we were just looking for a phone. For gas. For any kind of way out. But my voice caught somewhere between my throat and my chest. Just passing through, I managed finally, forcing my words out slow, careful. Car broke down. We need help. He stepped closer, the light outlining his silhouette but leaving his expression unreadable. Not many folks passing through these days, especially after dark. He paused, then added, "You sure you want to be here?" I swallowed hard. "We don't have much choice." The man laughed, without humor. "That's so?" He glanced back toward the diner, then leaned in. "You've been to the station, haven't you?" I nodded, heart stuttering. "Yeah. We noticed." "Yeah, you noticed the pumps were wrong." His voice dropped to a whisper, like he was sharing a secret he wasn't sure he wanted to reveal. "It's not a mistake. Someone put those labels there on purpose. To trap people. To make sure their cars die out here, miles from anywhere." The words hit me like cold water. I wanted to ask who, why, but the man was already pulling back, disappearing again into the shadows near the diner entrance. Before he vanished, he said, "You're lucky to have each other. Most don't make it this far." I glanced at Clara. Her eyes were wide, but there was a steel behind them. Fear, yes, but also resolve. We couldn't just wait here, not with the night pressing against us like a living thing. The station, the pumps, the note I'd ignored, they were all pieces, but this man was a new piece. A warning sign. What did he mean? Most don't make it. Clara's voice was barely above a whisper. I shook my head. I don't know. But we need to find out. And fast. We edged around the diner, the windows grimy and cracked, their yellowed blinds hanging crooked. Inside, the place was empty except for a thin layer of dust and the lingering smell of burnt coffee. The flickering lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a sickly pallor. On the counter, a phone sat off the hook, the cord stretched taut like a lifeline that had been yanked away in a hurry. I picked it up, listening for a dial tone. Nothing. Clara's fingers trembled as she traced the edge of a laminated menu. The ink faded and smudged. There's no way to call out from here, she said, voice tight. No cell signal either. I checked before we came in. Tread settled deep in my stomach. We were completely cut off. Suddenly, the diner door slammed again, sharper this time. My heart jumped. I turned fast, but the lot was empty. Only the wind, rattling the cracked windows and carrying the faint scent of gasoline from the station miles behind. I stood frozen, ears straining. Then a voice, soft, almost too soft to hear, whispered from the shadows near the motel. You shouldn't have come here. I whipped around, but saw no one. The words hung in the air, taunting, threatening. The night pressed closer, colder. Clara grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the motel. We can't stay here, she said, voice urgent now. Maybe someone there can help. I didn't want to move, didn't want to leave the relative safety of the diner, but her grip was firm. Together, we crossed the cracked asphalt, the motel's neon sign flickering erratically, casting the building in eerie half-light. The rooms were empty, the doors locked or hanging open like forgotten mouths. On the far side, a shadow shifted, a figure watching. Waiting. I caught the glint of something in their hand, but it wasn't what I expected. No tool, no sign of violence. Just a small, black device, blinking rhythmically. A camera? A phone? My mind raced. Why watch us? Who else knew about the pumps? About what was happening out here? Clara whispered, we're not alone. I nodded, swallowing hard. The cold seeped into my bones, but it wasn't the temperature. It was the weight of being hunted, exposed, utterly powerless. We need to find a way out, I said, voice low but steady. Before whoever's behind this decides we're too much trouble. Behind us, The faint hum of an engine rumbled to life, the unmistakable sound of a car starting. It was distant, but growing louder. Too loud. "Did you call for backup?" Clara asked, eyes darting toward the road. I shook my head. "No. We've been careful. Whoever's out there didn't come for help." The engine's growl shifted, turning sharp, erratic. Tires screeched on gravel. The headlights cut through the trees, a harsh glare that blinded and revealed all at once. I stepped in front of Clara, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst right out of my chest. The figure near the motel flicked the device again, and a faint glow spread across the lot, illuminating the approaching vehicle. No one got out. The first time the sheriff's cruiser rolled up, headlights cutting through the late-night haze, I thought relief had finally arrived. The station's flickering neon sign hummed faintly behind us, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement. I'd been sitting on the hood of my car for what felt like hours, feeling the cold seep through my jacket, watching the dark edges of the trees sway and press in from the sides of the road. The engine had died miles back, and I was stranded in a silence so thick it pressed against my eardrums. Now, that silence was broken. "Evening," the deputy called out, stepping down from the cruiser with a flashlight in hand. His voice was even, but something in the way he looked at me, like he wasn't sure whether to pity me or keep his distance, made me stiffen. I tried to explain as calmly as I could. I filled up with unleaded, but the car sputtered and died. "I think the pumps at the station were mislabeled." The words felt awkward, like I was trying to stitch together a story that didn't quite make sense even to me. He nodded slowly, his flashlight beam flicking over the station's pumps. "We've had a few calls tonight. Folks stranded out here just like you." The station was small, the kind of place where you'd expect a friendly clerk and a warm cup of coffee, not confusion and danger. But now, under the harsh glare of the cruiser's lights, the scene looked different, more ominous. The pumps, their labels peeling and faded, seemed almost to mock the idea of safety. I glanced back toward my car, the engine quiet now, the smell of stale fuel thick in the air. My hands trembled a little when I reached up to rub the back of my neck. I hated feeling helpless, but out here, helpless was all I had. Did they fix the labels yet? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Not yet. The deputy's mouth twitched, and he looked away toward the dark stretch of highway. The station's owner's been hard to track down. Nobody's sure if it was an honest mistake or something worse. Something worse. The words pressed down like the night itself, heavy and cold. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and disappointment sharp on my tongue. We sat in the cruiser together for a while after that, the heater humming quietly, the radio playing soft static. I told him about the other drivers I'd seen, how some had wandered off down the road, desperate to find help, and how the darkness swallowed them whole. He didn't press me for details, just listened. I noticed then how thin the walls of my own panic had become. The fear that had gripped me back at the station was fading, replaced by a dull ache of exhaustion and something like clarity. I realized I wasn't just angry about being stranded, I was angry about how easily people could slip through cracks like this, left to face the night alone because of someone else's mistake. Later, the deputy radioed in for a tow truck and a mechanic. They said it might be hours before help could get to me, but the thought didn't sting like it had before. There was company now, someone who understood the strange, dangerous stillness that had settled over this stretch of highway. The tow truck arrived just as the first pale hints of dawn touched the horizon. Its lights carved through the lingering night fog, and the driver worked efficiently, hooking my car up without a word. I stood nearby, watching the sun creep up, painting the sky with soft pinks and oranges. As the car was pulled onto the flatbed, I thought about the station's pumps, their misleading labels, the careless negligence that had turned a simple night-out driving into something far more fragile and frightening. There was no grand conspiracy, no sinister villain lurking in the shadows. just human error and the quiet, dangerous way it could unravel lives. The deputy handed me a blanket, and I wrapped it around my shoulders. "We're going to get you somewhere safe," he said. I nodded, my throat tight. The words felt small against the weight of the night, but they were enough. In the days that followed, the story made the local news. The station was shut down, the pumps relabeled correctly after a thorough inspection. The owner faced fines and lawsuits, though nothing could undo the nights people had spent stranded and scared. I went back to driving, but it wasn't the same. I checked every pump twice, every label thrice. The road felt wider somehow, but also lonelier, the night darker. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, listening for the faintest hint of a sputter or cough from the engine. But I also carried something with me now, a sharper awareness of how fragile safety really was, and how easily it could slip away. The station's mistake had been small, almost invisible, but its consequences were enormous. It taught me that sometimes the greatest threats come not from shadows or strangers, but from the careless hands that shape the world around us. Driving home one evening, the sky streaked with the bruised colors of twilight, I passed that old station, still shuttered and silent. The pumps stood empty, their labels faded but no longer misleading. I slowed, watching the empty lot stretch out before me, and for the first time in a long while, I felt a strange kind of peace. The road ahead was uncertain, but I was still moving forward. And that had to be enough. Story 2, Hidden Eyes in the Cabin, Silent Surveillance Horror. The road to the cabin was narrower than I remembered, its gravel crunching unevenly beneath my tires as if warning me back. I parked near the edge of a small clearing and stepped out, boots sinking slightly into the soft moss. The cabin sat just beyond a squat, weathered structure, its wood faded to a dull gray and its roof sagging where the gutters had long since given up. The place was supposed to be my escape, a quiet spot for a solo hike and a few days away from the buzz of city life and the hum of other people's expectations. I'd planned it out carefully, no phone signal, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. But something was off. Maybe it was the silence, thick enough to press against my ears. No birds singing, no rustle of small animals in the brush, not even the usual distant roar of a logging truck or a chainsaw. Just stillness. I shook my head, trying to push the creeping unease aside. "Get a grip," I muttered, pulling the cabin's creaky door open. The scent inside was stale, faintly musty, like old wood in closed-up rooms. My backpack thudded onto the floor with a hollow sound that echoed too loudly in the quiet. I dropped my jacket on a rickety chair and ran a hand over the rough plaster on the wall. It was uneven, cracked in places, and here and there a patch of peeling paint curled away like a forgotten secret. The cabin was Spartan but comfortable enough, an old stove, a battered table, a sagging bed in the corner. I glanced out the window, where the forest pressed close, leaves brushing against the glass like whispered warnings. The sun dipped lower, and a chill slid through the room, making me zip up my fleece. After unpacking, I wandered toward the small kitchen area to boil water for tea. That's when I noticed it, a small, round smoke detector attached to the ceiling, right above the stove. It looked ordinary enough, but something about it made me pause. The plastic casing was slightly off-white, not the bright white I usually saw. I reached up, fingertips brushing its surface, and found the cover was loose, almost as if it had been tampered with. I frowned. Probably just an old battery, I told myself, but curiosity got the better of me. I twisted gently, and the cover popped free. Inside, nestled where the sensor should have been, was a tiny lens, the kind you find on a miniature camera. My breath caught. I stared at it, then around the room, suddenly imagining every motion I'd made in here, every glance, every step. Had someone been watching me? For how long? I yanked the smoke detector down and held it awkwardly in my hands, the little lens reflecting the dim light. My skin prickled from the sudden awareness that this cabin, this supposed refuge, was not as empty as I thought. The wind rattled the window pane, and I realized I hadn't noticed a faint tapping sound, soft but steady, like fingernails brushing against wood. I froze, listening. Then came the faint creak of a floorboard outside the door. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" My voice was steadier than I felt. The silence answered back. Only the tapping continued, irregular now, as if whatever was out there had noticed I was awake. I set the detector down on the table and paced the room, trying to shake the sudden tension knotting my stomach. This was ridiculous. Someone must have left the camera here before me, some previous renter, maybe. But the thought didn't fully settle. If someone had been watching this cabin, watching me, what else might they have done? What else might they still be doing? The sun slipped behind the trees, and the shadows grew deeper, swallowing the edges of the clearing. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and glanced at the window again. The forest was alive with movement now, branches swaying, leaves rustling. But there was no sign of anyone. No figure lurking. No face pressed against the glass. Still. The feeling wouldn't leave me. I sat back down, the old wooden chair creaking beneath me. My fingers drummed nervously on the table. I tried to focus on something else, the taste of the tea, the warmth of the mug in my hands, but the image of the hidden camera lingered, stubborn and unwelcome. I told myself I was imagining things. That the woods were just quiet tonight. That the cabin was just old and abandoned. But the seed of doubt had been planted. And it was growing fast. I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched, even as I forced myself to breathe deeply. The shadows outside shifted with the flicker of the candle, elongating and twisting like silent sentinels. My eyes kept darting toward the window, half expecting to catch a glimpse of movement, a fleeting reflection, anything. The silence pressed in on me, thick and oppressive, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire dying in the hearth. I debated whether to stay put or to grab my coat and head back to the main road. But curiosity, that stubborn itch beneath my skin, urged me to look closer at the spot where I thought I'd seen the lens. With cautious steps, I crossed the room and peered out again, scanning the darkened woods beyond. The trees stood still, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, but nothing stirred. My heartbeat slowed, a fraction. Maybe it was just my imagination, after all. The mind can play tricks when you're alone in a place like this. Yet, as I turned back toward the table, my eyes caught a faint glint near the edge of the windowsill. A small metallic object, half hidden beneath the peeling paint. My breath caught. I reached out, fingers trembling, and pulled it free. A tiny, unassuming lens stared back at me. The dread that had been simmering beneath the surface erupted all at once. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. The quiet cabin was no longer a refuge, it was a trap. The weight of that tiny lens in my palm felt heavier than it should have. I sat back down at the table, the chair scraping softly against the floorboards. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting pale shadows that flickered as the wind rattled the glass. I stared at the lens, turning it over under the dim light. It was too small for a camera, but I knew better. I'd seen those tiny lenses before, hidden cameras, often disguised in smoke detectors or alarm clocks. And that thought made me look up, eyes narrowing on the smoke detector fixed to the ceiling just above the doorway. It wasn't the same one I'd examined before, or was it? I wasn't sure anymore. The cabin's shadows twisted in the uneven light, and my memory felt scrambled, as if the details were slipping just out of reach. I stood slowly, the floor creaking beneath me, and pulled the chair back. The air was colder here, or maybe my skin was just prickling with unease. I reached up, fingertips brushing the base of the smoke detector. It was loose. My pulse kicked up a notch, and I pressed my palm against the ceiling, careful not to make noise. The plastic casing gave way under gentle pressure, and inside, I saw wires tangled around a small circuit board, and nestled in the center, a tiny black lens, no bigger than the one in my hand. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to hide this. Weeks, maybe months of watching. Waiting. The room seemed to shrink around me. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to throw the thing across the room, but instead, I slipped it into my jacket pocket. I had to think. I had to figure out what was going on. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling dry leaves against the cabin walls. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once. Then silence. I sat back down, rubbing my hands together, trying to shake off the cold trickle of dread. I ran through the possibilities. Who? Why? How had they gotten here without me noticing? The cabin was supposed to be remote, no cell signal, no road for miles. I pulled out my phone, hoping for some kind of reception, or maybe just a weak signal to call someone. Nothing. The screen displayed no service. Of course. The battery was almost dead anyway. I charged it fully before leaving town, but the hike and the cold had drained it faster than I expected. I shoved it into my pocket and stood again, pacing the small room. I scanned every corner, every shelf, every crevice. The place was older than I thought. Dust motes floated in the air, cold and heavy with silence, and the wallpaper peeled in places, revealing cracked plaster beneath. There were no other obvious cameras. No signs of forced entry either. But someone had been here, watching me. I shook my head. The thought was absurd. Watching me for weeks? Before I even arrived? I couldn't imagine why. What could they possibly want? I pulled the curtains closed, sealing the cabin off from the night outside. The room dimmed, the only light coming from a flickering lantern on the countertop. I lit it, the flame sputtering to life and casting long, dancing shadows across the walls. The soft crackle of firewood in the stove filled the space. I hadn't noticed it before, but the cabin smelled faintly of old smoke and damp earth. The kind of smell that sticks to your clothes after a long hike and refuses to leave. I sat down again, pulling out a small notebook from my pack. My hands trembled as I scribbled notes, dates, times, observations, trying to make sense of the chaos in my head. Okay, I whispered to myself, voice barely audible. Let's think this through. I thought back to the hike in. The narrow trail winding through dense forest, the occasional rustle of animals, the distant sound of running water. Nothing out of the ordinary. Or was there? I remembered the feeling, that prickling on the back of my neck as I crossed the final ridge. Like someone was watching. But I told myself it was just nerves. First solo trip. Nothing to worry about. Now, I wasn't so sure. I flipped through the notebook, scanning the pages filled with my route, times, and weather notes. Then paused. There had been one odd moment on the second day. A flash of movement just beyond the tree line. A figure? Or a trick of the light? I couldn't decide. My stomach twisted. Was that when they started watching? Had they followed me here? Or had they been here long before I arrived? The questions piled up, each one heavier than the last. I needed help. But who? The cabin was miles from the nearest town. No cell service. No internet. And I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was. I liked it that way. Privacy was why I came here in the first place. But now, it felt like a mistake. I glanced toward the window again, the dark woods pressing against the glass. The trees were silent, but I could almost hear them breathe. The wind stirred the branches, and something caught my eye, a flash, like a glint of metal, deeper in the shadows. I froze, heart thudding so loud I was sure it echoed off the walls. I told myself to calm down. It was nothing. Just the moonlight hitting a rock or a broken branch. But the feeling didn't leave me. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I pulled it out, surprised to see a message notification. How? I unlocked the screen with trembling fingers. A single message. No number. No name. Looking forward to tomorrow. My breath caught. Tomorrow? I stared at the screen, blinking. The battery icon flashed red. The phone died before I could reply. I dropped it onto the table, the lens from the smoke detector cold against my skin again in my pocket. Outside, the wind shifted. The trees whispered secrets I couldn't understand. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on dry leaves, circling the cabin. I held my breath, every muscle taut, waiting. But the steps stopped. For a moment, nothing but the wind. Then, faintly, a voice carried on the breeze. Don't be afraid. I didn't recognize it. It was low, calm, but somehow chilling. I swallowed hard. The cabin, my refuge, had become a stage. And I was the only actor, trapped beneath invisible eyes. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Or maybe I wished it wouldn't come at all. I sat in the darkened cabin, the window beside me a black mirror. Outside, the wind shifted again, brushing against the cabin with a soft murmur, like a whispered warning. The footsteps had stopped, but their absence was worse, an invisible weight pressing down, reminding me I wasn't alone. The voice, low and smooth, floated back on the breeze. Don't be afraid. It wasn't reassuring. It was a promise. I forced myself to stand, my legs stiff and shaky. The cabin felt smaller, the shadows deeper. The little stove gave off a faint heat, but it did nothing to chase away the cold crawling under my skin. I paced slowly, hands rubbing over the rough plaster walls, following my own footsteps like a trapped animal. I pulled the smoke detector lens out of my pocket again, turning it over in my hand. The tiny camera inside glinted under the dim light. I swallowed hard. Someone had been watching me for weeks. But why? How? And most importantly, what did they want? I remembered the notebook tucked away in the corner of the cabin, the one with the scribbled notes and sketches. I hadn't dared open it since I found it, but now I needed answers. I found it under a loose floorboard, dust motes dancing in the weak beam of my flashlight as I flipped through pages filled with dates, times, and observations about me. The handwriting was neat, obsessive. Every time I left the cabin, every route I took on the trails, even what I ate for breakfast, it was all recorded, like I was some experiment or a character in a twisted story. One page was different, though. It was a map, roughly drawn, with a circle around a spot not far from the cabin. There was a note in the margin, tomorrow. The meeting place. My hands trembled. Tomorrow. The same word from the message. It wasn't a coincidence. I had to go there. I had no choice. This wasn't a game or some sick joke anymore. I was caught in something much bigger, and the only way out was forward. I looked around, searching for anything else I might have missed. The windows were locked tight, but the front door's latch was old and stiff. I tested it, no sign of tampering. Whoever was watching me had to be close, maybe just outside now, waiting for dawn like I was. I sat back down and tried to piece it all together. The hidden camera in the smoke detector, the notebook, the mysterious message, the footsteps, the voice. It wasn't random. Someone was orchestrating this, following me, studying me. But why? Was this a stalker? Or someone who thought they were protecting me? I shook my head. No. This wasn't protection. Protection didn't leave you feeling like prey. The cabin's silence pressed in again, heavier this time. I noticed a faint smell, something metallic, like burnt copper, drifting in from outside. It wasn't natural here. It made my skin crawl. I grabbed the lens and slipped it into my pocket, then stood and moved to the window. The trees outside were dark silhouettes against a starless sky. I strained to see beyond, but nothing moved, at least, nothing visible. I wondered if I should call someone, but the phone was dead, and I had no signal anyway. The nearest town was miles away, and the road was a winding thread through the forest. I was completely cut off. Suddenly, the floor creaked behind me. I spun around. The cabin was empty. My breath hitched anyway. The sound came again, so faint I thought I imagined it like a chair scraping on the floor. "Hello?" I said, voice barely above a whisper. No reply. Just silence. I felt the weight of the lens in my pocket, a reminder that I was being watched, even now. I had to prepare. I couldn't stay passive anymore. I opened the door, just a crack, and stepped outside. The night air hit me, cold and sharp, smelling of pine and damp earth. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, broken and lonely. I looked down the path toward the spot marked on the map. My heartbeat quickened. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow, I'd face whoever was behind this. But tonight, I was still trapped in a cage of shadows and whispers. I locked the door behind me, the click final and unforgiving. There was no turning back now. The forest closed in around me, dark and watching. And in the silence, I could almost hear the faintest rustle, a signal, a warning, or an invitation. Tomorrow was coming. And whatever waited there, it wasn't going to let me leave. I swallowed hard, pressing my back against the cool wood of the cabin wall as the night deepened. The moon, a thin sliver barely piercing the thick canopy, offered little comfort. Somewhere beyond the trees, an owl hooted, a lonely sound that echoed my own unease. My fingers tightened around the worn leather strap of my satchel, the weight of the map inside both a burden and a beacon. Memories flickered unbidden, the cryptic note slipped under my door, the hurried footsteps that faded too quickly, the eyes I thought I'd seen watching me from just beyond the tree-line. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but the truth was a chain I couldn't break. I needed answers. A sudden snap echoed nearby. Heart pounding, I crouched lower, blinking into the darkness. Was it an animal? Or something else? The rustle came again, closer this time, deliberate. I forced myself to stand, to face it. Somewhere in the shadows, a figure stepped forward, features obscured but unmistakably human. "Waiting for you," a voice rasped, barely more than a breath. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. Tomorrow was no longer a promise. It was a reckoning. "Waiting for you." The rasp hung in the cold night air, a breath caught between the trees. The figure shifted just beyond the edge of the firelight, a dark silhouette blending with the shadows. I blinked hard, trying to coax more detail out of the murk. It was impossible. The trees swallowed him whole, and the moon, pale and distant, offered no mercy. "Who's there?" My voice cracked despite my effort to sound steady. The words felt ridiculous, like shouting into a void. Silence answered, except for the distant thump of something heavy trotting through underbrush. Footsteps? No, not footsteps. Something heavier, slower, methodical. I swallowed, the taste of stale cabin air and damp leaves filling my mouth. The satchel strap dug into my palm. That damn map inside, a useless promise of safety. I reached inside, fingers trembling, and pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course not. That had to be part of the plan, cut all lines of retreat. Look, I said, trying not to sound as shaky as I felt. I don't want trouble. Just leave me alone. The words felt hollow, even to me. A soft rustle. Then a voice, low and deliberate. You don't get to decide that. It came closer, the speaker finally stepping into the circle of firelight. A man, mid-30s maybe, lean with a face too pale for the woods. His eyes glittered with something I couldn't place. Malice? Obsession? Both, maybe. I took a step back, but my heel caught on a root. My breath hitched. He smiled, but it reached nowhere near his eyes. You've been watched, he said. Weeks now. I blinked. The smoke detector. The camera. The hidden lens staring down at me like a silent accusation. Why? I managed, voice barely above a whisper. Why me? He paused, tilting his head as if considering the question. You're the first to come close. The others? They didn't last long. You're different. Different. That word echoed in my mind, twisting into something ugly. I felt my stomach churn, bile rising, but I swallowed it down. What do you want? To watch, he said simply. To know. To control. Control. The word tasted bitter. I clenched my fists, nails digging into palms. I'm not going anywhere with you. He laughed then, a dry, humorless sound. You don't get to choose. Not here. Not anymore. My mind raced. The cabin, the note slipped under my door, the footsteps outside, the flickering light in the living room, the camera in the smoke detector, it was all connected. Not random. Not coincidence. A trap. I scanned the ground, looking for something, anything, to buy time. A rock, a branch, a stick, something to block him, to slow him down. The forest floor was littered with dry twigs and pine needles, but nothing substantial. The fire crackled between us, a fragile barrier. Why? I repeated. Why risk all this just to watch me? Because, he said, stepping closer, voice dropping to a whisper, people like you. They think they're invisible. Untouchable. But I see you. All of you. The little habits. The fears you hide. I'm the only one who really does. His words sank in. I felt exposed, stripped bare beneath the weight of his gaze. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear, but my legs felt rooted. Heavy. Terrified. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed through the trees behind him, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of a branch breaking underfoot. He turned his head sharply, eyes narrowing. Did you hear that? I whispered, voice hoarse. He didn't answer, but his body tensed like a coiled spring. Then, without warning, he bolted into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as he had appeared. The silence that followed was suffocating. I stood there, frozen, the firelight flickering wildly in the sudden gust of wind. My heart hammered against my rib cage, threatening to burst free. The cold night air bit into my skin, sweat slicking my palms despite the chill. I didn't know if he'd come back, or if something else was out there. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. Back to the cabin. Back to the smoke detector. back to the camera that had betrayed me. Inside, the stale atmosphere pressed close. I pulled the detector down from the ceiling, heart pounding so loud I was sure he'd hear it if he was still nearby. The lens stared back at me, small and unblinking. I grabbed my phone and aimed the flashlight at the lens, watching the reflection flicker. The screen showed a live feed. There I was, sitting in the cabin, alone. For weeks. Weeks of silent observation. Of someone cataloging every blink, every breath, every step. I felt sick. Violated. Anger bubbled beneath the surface, sharp and relentless. A noise from outside this time, closer, deliberate footsteps crunching on the gravel path leading to the cabin. My breath caught. The door handle rattled. I bolted to the window, heart in my throat. A shadow loomed, tall and still. The man from the woods. His face was just visible, pale and grim. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," he said, voice low and steady. "Come with me." "Why?" My voice was barely audible. He smiled again, the same empty smile. "Because you're mine now." The door handle turned slowly. I backed away, eyes wild, mind scrambling for a plan. The cabin felt smaller, more suffocating. No escape. No safety. Just the cold stare of someone who had been watching me, waiting, and now closing in. The fire sputtered, the last ember fading. Outside, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper, so close I could swear it was inside my head. "You belong here." I gripped the satchel tighter. The map inside seemed useless. I was trapped. And the night was just beginning. The silence stretched until it was thick enough to choke on. I stayed there for what felt like hours. The shadows in the corners of the cabin seemed to lean closer, as if the darkness itself was alive and watching. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to swing open again, the pale stranger to reappear with that same slow, deliberate smile. But he didn't come back. When the first light of dawn crept through the grimy window, I was still frozen in place. My legs had gone numb, and the satchel with the map was clenched so tightly my knuckles burned. It was a small, stubborn piece of paper, useless for any real navigation now, but it was the closest thing I had to a lifeline. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the cold that had settled deep into my bones overnight. The air smelled of wet earth and something else I couldn't place, like old smoke mixed with pine needles. The cabin was unbearably quiet except for the occasional chirp of a distant bird too far away to bring much comfort. I forced myself to stand and move toward the window. The gravel path was empty. No footprints, no sign of him. It was as if the night had swallowed him whole. I didn't believe it. The thought of that man, his pale face, the way he said I was his, clung to me like a shadow I couldn't shake. He'd been watching me for weeks, maybe longer. The smoke detector camera was just the start. Whoever he was, he knew everything about me, every step I took, every breath I exhaled in that cabin. I knew I couldn't stay. But where to go? The forest beyond was vast and unfamiliar. The roads were miles away. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The morning was brittle, the sun weak behind a veil of clouds. The cold bit at my cheeks, sharp and relentless. I walked down the gravel path, the crunch beneath my boots loud in the stillness. Every so often, a distant crow cawed, cutting through the quiet like a warning. My mind spun with questions. Who was he? Why me? Why this cabin? The more I thought, the more tangled the answers became. I found myself at the edge of the woods, staring into the dense tangle of trees and shadows. The idea of walking into the forest, away from the cabin, felt both terrifying and necessary. The cabin had become a cage, its walls closing in with every passing hour. A noise made me jump, a twig snapping somewhere deeper in the woods. My head whipped around, eyes scanning, heart stuttering. But it was just a squirrel, darting up a tree, its tiny claws scratching the bark. I exhaled, a shaky laugh escaping me. I had to get out of here before my own mind turned traitor. Back at the cabin, I packed what little I had left, some water, a granola bar, the satchel with the useless map, and my phone dead battery, useless, but still a comfort. I locked the door behind me, the rusty latch clicking in a way that felt final. As I walked toward the main road, the forest seemed to watch. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their leaves whispering secrets I couldn't understand. The air was heavy with the scent of damp moss and decaying leaves, a reminder that life and death were woven tightly here. Halfway down the path, I stopped. A sudden flicker in the corner of my eye. Movement. I turned sharply, but there was nothing. Just the forest, indifferent and vast. I kept walking. Hours later, I found the road, a narrow ribbon of cracked asphalt weaving through the trees. The sound of a distant car engine made me quicken my pace. When a pickup truck slowed as it passed, the driver glanced my way but said nothing. I felt a strange mix of relief and vulnerability. I was out of the cabin's grip, but not free. The next week was a blur of hotel rooms, calls to the police, and interviews that felt both invasive and necessary. The officers were patient but skeptical, their questions circling around the cabin, the hidden camera, the man I'd seen. I gave them every detail I could remember, every scrap of evidence I had. They promised to search the area, to increase patrols. But I knew the woods were vast, and people like him could vanish like ghosts. At night, in the safety of the city's glow, I still heard the rustle of leaves, the faint crunch of footsteps behind me. My sleep was haunted by the memory of his pale face and empty smile. I avoided the woods entirely. The idea of hiking, once a passion, now felt like a trapdoor into fear. But there was a change in me, too. I became more cautious, yes. But I also became quieter, more observant. I learned to listen to silence, to read the spaces between words and shadows. I realized how easy it was to be watched, to be unseen and known all at once. In therapy, I tried to unpack that phrase he whispered in the dark, "You belong here." At first, it felt like a claim, a threat. But over time, I understood it differently. Maybe it was his twisted way of saying I was part of this place, whether I liked it or not. An unwilling participant in a story I never asked to be in. I didn't belong in that cabin. Not really. But the experience had changed me. I was no longer the carefree hiker who showed up with a map and a backpack. Now, I was someone who carried the weight of unseen eyes, someone who understood how vulnerability could be exploited. And yet, I refused to let that define me. Months later, I returned to the edge of those woods, not the cabin, not the path where he had waited, but the very border where forest met road. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the damp, earthy air, feeling the rough bark beneath my fingers. No footsteps behind me. No shadows looming. Just the wind moving through the trees. I didn't smile. I wasn't sure if I was brave or foolish. Maybe a bit of both. But I knew I was still here. Still fighting to be my own person, beyond the fear and silence he tried to impose. The woods were quiet that day. Maybe they always had been. Or maybe, just maybe, they were listening. And this time, I wasn't hiding. Story 3, Forgotten Platform, Trains to Lost Destinations. The train was late. I glanced down the tracks. No sign of it. I pulled out my phone, though I barely needed to. The service was spotty underground, and sure enough, no signal. I muttered something under my breath, something like, "Great. Just great." The heat of the day was gone, replaced by a chill that crept through my thin jacket despite the stale, recycled air. I was supposed to meet Claire in 30 minutes, and now I was stuck. I stepped back from the edge, my fingers curling around the cold metal pole beside me, trying to steady a sudden twitch in my nerves. I had missed trains before, sure, but this felt off. Like the station itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The announcement crackled overhead, but it wasn't the usual clear voice. It was distorted, almost like it had been recorded on a bad tape loop. "Attention passengers, train on track 3, delayed, please stand by." The words were disjointed, and the static buzzed through the station like a whisper, an unintelligible murmur just out of reach. I shifted my weight, trying to shake the unease. Maybe I was just tired. Too many late nights, too much coffee. But the longer I stood there, the more I noticed the details that didn't belong. The station's walls were covered in chipped white tiles, but some sections were darkened, stained by years of neglect. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered spasmodically, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted like fingers along the platform. A thin film of grime coated the floor, and every so often, a faint drip echoed somewhere deep within the tunnels. It was a slow, steady drip like water leaking from a forgotten pipe. Something about the architecture struck me as strange. I'd been through this station before, or at least, I thought I had. It wasn't on the usual map, not the one I always pulled up on my phone or the paper one stuck to the wall near the entrance. I'd never noticed this platform before. I stepped down a few stairs, my shoes scraping on rough concrete. At the bottom, the air, cold and heavy with silence, tasted different, heavier, almost metallic. There was a faint murmur that didn't sound like the usual subway chatter. I looked around. There were a handful of people scattered along the platform. Not the usual crowd of commuters, but a few individuals standing apart, heads bowed, their voices barely above whispers. I caught fragments of their conversation as I passed. "Haven't heard from him since he boarded the Red Line," one said, voice low and urgent. "People don't just vanish," another replied, but her tone was hollow, as if trying to convince herself. I stopped, pretending to check my watch. My pulse quickened as I realized I was eavesdropping, but curiosity rooted me in place. "They say the trains go to places no one's supposed to go," a man whispered, glancing around nervously. "Destinations that don't exist on any map." I swallowed hard. That had to be some urban legend, right? I wanted to laugh it off. But there was a tightness in my chest, a cold knot that refused to loosen. One of the women caught my eye. She was pale, with dark circles under her eyes and a trembling hand that clutched a worn leather bag. She glanced at me quickly before turning away, mumbling something about waiting for the last train. I found myself walking closer to the edge of the platform again, heart thudding. The station felt alive in a way that was hard to explain, like it was watching me, waiting. The metal tracks gleamed dully under the flickering lights, stretching into a tunnel that swallowed the darkness whole. Suddenly, a distant rumble vibrated through the ground. My breath caught. The train was coming, but not the one I was supposed to catch. This was different. It was quieter, slower, more hesitant. The doors slid open with a hiss that sounded too loud in the stillness. A handful of passengers boarded, faces blank and eyes distant. There was no announcement. No conductor. Just the faint murmur of voices, whispers again, fading as the train pulled away. I stood frozen as the platform emptied, the echo of the train's departure lingering like a ghost. Then, I noticed the sign above the stairs. The letters were faded, some peeling away, but I could make out the name, Ashford Station. Ashford? That wasn't on any map I knew. None of the apps. none of the subway guides. And yet, here I was. A cold sweat broke across my forehead. I stepped back, my fingers trembling against the railing. I was supposed to get home, to normalcy, to something familiar. Instead, I'd stumbled into a place that didn't exist or didn't want to be found. I glanced down the tunnel, half expecting the train to return. The silence pressed in on me from all sides. The smell of damp stone and rust filled my lungs, sharp and unforgiving. I knew I should leave. Turn around and chase the exit signs back to the streets. But the pull was stronger than logic. Something about the whispers, the missing passengers, the forgotten station, it all gnawed at the edges of my mind. I took a step forward. The platform stretched endlessly ahead, swallowed by shadows and secrets. A voice beside me broke the silence. "You're not from here, are you?" I turned sharply. A man stood there, his face half hidden in the dim light. His eyes were sharp, unsettling in their intensity. "No," I said, my voice tighter than I wanted. "I missed my usual train." He nodded slowly, as if he understood more than he let on. "Most people who come here do." The flickering light above us sputtered and died, plunging the platform into near darkness. The only sound was the distant trip, 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 like a slow countdown. I swallowed hard, the chill crawling up my spine. Somewhere deep down, I realized that whatever I'd stepped into wasn't going to let me leave so easily. The darkness pressed in like a weight. "You're not from here," he said again, quieter this time, like a warning. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry enough to taste the grit of the air, somewhere between damp concrete and something sour, like stale sweat left to fester. "What is this place?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "The station, it's not on any map." He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the tunnel behind me, where the faint echo of footsteps bounced off the walls. "It's not on any map for a reason. You don't want to end up here." His voice was low, the kind you use when you don't want everyone to hear. I glanced down the platform, the shadows stretching like claws into the distance. Why do people disappear? What's the story? He shifted, rubbing his hands together as if to warm them, though the air wasn't cold. "Some say the trains here don't go anywhere at all. Others say they do, but the destinations are places no one wants to visit. Places you never come back from." The trip, trip, trip echoed again, louder this time, counting down some invisible clock. I felt the itch at the back of my neck, the kind that told me I was being watched, though I saw no one else. The man's eyes flicked past me, scanning the darkness. "Do you know anyone who's gone missing here?" I asked. "Someone who got on one of these trains." He hesitated, and for a moment I thought he might lie. Then his jaw tightened. "I had a friend. She took the last train out of the station. Never saw her again. Not a trace." The words hit me harder than I expected, like a sudden chill that crept beneath my skin and settled there. "What happened?" He shrugged, but the movement was tense, controlled. "Nobody knows. That's the problem. The station's a kind of trap. You don't just disappear because you got lost." His voice dropped even lower. "People don't go quietly either." I swallowed again, my heart thudding so hard I thought it might burst. How could this man know so much? Was he part of this place? Was he trapped too? The silence stretched out between us, broken only by that relentless drip from somewhere in the darkness. I realized I couldn't stay frozen. I had to move, to find out more, even if every instinct screamed to run. "Can you show me?" I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Show me what's beyond this platform." He cocked his head, studying me. You really want to go down that road? It's not like the other lines. You can't just hop off if you change your mind. I don't have a choice, I said. I missed my train. I'm already here. He gave a short, humorless laugh. Fair enough. We started walking down the platform together, the light flickering back to life for a moment. The air grew heavier, almost suffocating, as if the tunnel itself was closing in. My footsteps echoed, but I caught other sounds too, a faint murmur of voices, a shuffle of feet, even the soft scrape of something dragging. People come here by accident, the man said without looking at me. But some come looking. For answers, for escape, or maybe just curiosity. I looked at him then. You? He paused. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just waiting. We reached a gate, rusty and bent, blocking the tunnel's entrance. Above it, a faded sign read something I couldn't quite make out. The man pulled a small, battered key from his pocket and slid it into the lock. It clicked open with a reluctant groan. The smell hit me then, a sharp, acrid odor mixed with something metallic and a faint trace of rot. I gagged, stepping back. He didn't comment. Instead, he pushed the gate open and motioned for me to follow. Inside, the tunnel was narrower, all slick with moisture. The faint hum of electricity buzzed overhead, interrupted by the occasional pop and crackle of failing wiring. I reached out, fingers brushing the rough plaster, feeling the cold seep into my skin. Why don't you leave? I asked. If this place is so dangerous. He stopped and looked at me, eyes catching the dim light again. You think it's that simple? Once you're in, people start watching. They know you're here. And not all of them want you to leave. I shivered, the hairs on my arms rising. Who? He didn't answer, just moved forward again. The tunnel bent sharply, and I had to steady myself against the wall. Ahead, I saw a faint glow of light spilling from an opening, like a door left ajar. But as we got closer, the light flickered, unstable and uneven, and I caught glimpses of figures, silhouettes standing just beyond the threshold, whispering in low tones. Those are the waiting ones, the man said. Some never got on the train. They got stuck here. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What do they want? He shrugged. Company, maybe. Or control. It's not safe to be alone here, but it's not safe to be with them either. A sudden noise, a sharp, stifled cry made me jump. The figures turned their heads slowly, as if sensing us. The light flickered again, and for a split second, I saw eyes wide, unblinking, hollow. My breath hitched. We should go. The man nodded, but his pace didn't quicken. Not yet. I glanced back the way we came, the gate now too far to reach in time. The tunnel behind us was swallowed in shadows, and the drip, drip, drip had become a steady, rhythmic pounding like footsteps or a heartbeat. I wanted to ask why, but the words caught in my throat. Something about this place bent reality, made time sluggish, stretched moments then until they snapped. A low voice floated from the shadows ahead. You shouldn't be here. I froze. The man beside me stiffened too, but his eyes stayed fixed on the figures. Who's there? I called, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Just the whisper of voices, the scrape of feet. We're not leaving, the man said quietly. Not until we know the truth. I nodded, though my hands trembled. The platform, the missing people, the endless tunnel, they weren't just stories anymore. They were real. And whatever waited in the dark was watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake. The gate slammed shut somewhere behind us. I spun around, heart in my throat. The man's face was unreadable in the flickering light. "This is a storm," he said, voice low. "And we're right in the middle of it." The gate slammed shut behind us, the sound echoing through the tunnel like a gavel striking the end of a trial. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale air thick on my tongue, and tried to steady my hands that trembled despite my best effort. Every instinct told me to turn around, look for an exit, but the lock's heavy clang was a brutal punctuation mark. There was no going back. Not now. A slow, deliberate scraping noise crawled from the platform's far end, like something being dragged, but no one stepped into the dim light. The whispers I'd heard before fluttered through the air, cold and heavy with silence, half-heard phrases and fragmented sentences, impossible to piece together. The man shifted his weight, then spoke low. "You need to understand what you're dealing with. This place, it's not some forgotten station. It's a trap. A holding pen for people who vanished from the city and never came back." I blinked, trying to process. But why? Who's behind it? He shook his head. "That's the thing. It's not just one person. It's a network. People who control these phantom lines, the ones that don't show up on maps, who lure victims with false routes. They isolate you, cut off every escape. By the time you realize, you're already inside their world." I swallowed again, the air suddenly too thick, too close. His words felt like icy fingers wrapping around my spine. "Why? What do they want?" The man's gaze dropped to the ground, boots scraping against the cracked tiles. "Information. Control. Sometimes people who know too much, or those who can be useful. They disappear, but not because they're dead. At least, not in the usual sense. They're repurposed, made to disappear from the outside world." I wanted to argue, to demand he explain what repurposed meant, but the faint sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, pulled us back to the present. From the darkness, a figure emerged, slim, wrapped in a threadbare coat that hung off their frame like a shadow. The person's eyes caught the light, sharp and cold like chips of obsidian. "You shouldn't be here," the figure said, voice low and gravelly, but with an edge that wasn't quite hostile. "More. Warning." The man stepped forward. "We want out. We want to know how." The figure studied us, then nodded slowly. "There is no out. Not once you're past the gate. You chose this." I swallowed again, heart hammering. I didn't choose anything. I missed my train, that's all. I ended up here by accident. The figure tilted their head, a faint, almost sad smile twitching at the corner of their mouth. "Accidents don't happen here. Not without a reason." A cold draft sneaked through the platform, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something metallic beneath it, like old pennies left to rust. Something in the air shifted. The whispers grew louder, weaving through the dark like a restless tide. I looked at the man beside me. His jaw clenched. "We need to move. Now." The figure gestured down the tunnel. "If you want the truth, follow me. But know this, once you step forward, there's no turning back." My stomach clenched. The flickering light overhead buzzed and sputtered, casting the platform in a sickly yellow glow. I glanced back at the gate, its heavy bars now sealed tight. No gaps, no cracks. The reality sank in with brutal clarity. The train I had missed was the last chance I'd had to leave. I swallowed hard and nodded. The figure turned and began walking, the man following close behind. I trailed after them, the cold pressing against my skin, the sound of our footsteps swallowed quickly by the cavernous tunnel. The whispers grew more urgent, like a crowd holding its breath, waiting. Why do you think people don't come back? I asked quietly. What happens to them? The man gave a bitter laugh. Some become part of the system. Others just vanish, swallowed by this place. No bodies, no evidence. Just silence. I looked at the walls as we passed, graffiti half erased, peeling posters in languages I couldn't place, signs warning of hazards I couldn't identify. The air tasted sour, like burnt rubber mixed with something metallic. Somewhere in the distance, a faint hum vibrated beneath the surface, like the pulse of a living thing. Do you have any idea who runs this? I pressed. The figure ahead glanced back briefly. Not a who. A what? A network of people who profit from control. They prey on the lost, the desperate, the distracted. People like you. I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't lost, that I had plans, a life outside this nightmare. But the emptiness behind their eyes told me it wouldn't matter. We came to a narrow door set into the tunnel wall, rusted hinges squeaking as the figure pushed it open. A rush of stale air spilled out, carrying the unmistakable scent of mold and sweat. Inside was a cramped office space, lit by a single flickering bulb suspended from the ceiling. Old filing cabinets lined one wall, their drawers partially open. Papers lay scattered across a battered desk. The man's eyes scanned the room. This is where they gather intel. Where they decide who goes where. The figure pulled a faded map from the desk. It was a tangle of lines, some familiar, others twisted and impossible to place. Certain stops were circled in red, others crossed out entirely. I reached out, tracing a line that led deep into the unknown. These are routes? The figure nodded. Routes to nowhere. Or worse, routes to places where people disappear without a trace. My throat tightened as a sudden realization settled in. This wasn't just a strange station. It was an elaborate web, designed to ensnare, confuse, and erase. And I was caught in its center. We have to find a way to break their cycle, the man said, voice low but fierce. If we don't, we'll be next. I swallowed, the weight of the choice pressing on me. I wasn't sure if I was brave or foolish to keep going, but one thing was clear, turning back wasn't an option anymore. The gate was shut, the path behind us sealed tight. Ahead lay only uncertainty, and the cold shadow of something far more human and far more dangerous than I'd imagined. The figure folded the map, their eyes locking with mine. You're in this now. No more chance encounters. No more mistakes. I nodded, the cold spreading through my limbs, the whispers weaving tighter around us. And then the lights in the office flickered violently before plunging us into total darkness. Silence. Complete silence. The darkness hit me like a physical wave. This is bad, the man whispered, voice barely audible. His breath felt close, but the darkness made it impossible to tell if he was beside me or a few yards away. We're blind down here. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat suddenly unbearable. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the railing beside the stairs. The rough texture was a faint reassurance, a solid thing in a place where nothing else made sense. Can you see anything? I asked, voice rough. Nothing. His tone was tight, strained. They cut the power. That's their move. To disorient. Disorient. Right. Like that wasn't already happening. I wanted to say something else, something reassuring, but my throat closed up again. Instead, I took a slow breath and tried to steady my legs. The floor beneath me felt uneven, the tiles cracked and stained with grime. I could hear the distant drip of water, a slow, steady tapping echoing in the blackness. Listen, the man said suddenly, his voice dropping even further. They don't like it when you listen. What do you mean? I asked, heart thudding. Even in the dark, I sensed the spaces between his words thickening. People who disappear, they're not just lost. They're silenced. Made to disappear because they heard something they shouldn't. Or saw. He swallowed hard. Or tried to escape. My pulse hit a frantic pace. I felt the cold slide down my back, my skin prickling. I knew this wasn't just a story to scare me. It was real. So real it pressed against my ribs like an iron band. A sudden scrape echoed somewhere behind us, faint but unmistakable. I jerked my head toward the sound. The man tensed. Stay close. We moved, slow and careful, along the railing. The air was thick, stale, with a faint whiff of oil and something like burnt toast. It clung to my skin, making me itch. The only light came from a faint glow seeping under a distant door, the edges blurred and uncertain. I followed the man's lead, every step measured. The floor beneath us creaked, then settled. The silence was worse than the noise, a heavy blanket pressing down on my ears. Why are they doing this? I whispered. Why trap people here? His laugh was a sharp, bitter sound. Control. Fear. Power. Same reason anywhere else, just adapted. We reached the door, and the light flickered again, momentarily illuminating a faded sign. I squinted, trying to make out the words. It read, "Exit emergency access only." The man pulled the door handle slowly. It stuck, then gave way with a groan. Beyond it was a narrow corridor, the walls stained with dark streaks, maybe rust or something worse. The air was colder here, and the silence heavier. I felt the hairs on my neck rise. "We don't have much time," he said. "If they're aware we're here, they'll send someone." "Who?" I asked. The thought of whoever they were made my stomach twist. People. Like us. But not like us. His voice dropped to a whisper. Hunters. Hunters. The word hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, thick and suffocating. I swallowed again, tasting bile. My hands trembled, the skin slick with sweat despite the chill. I couldn't tell if it was fear or something else, but it felt like my body was betraying me. Why don't they just leave? I said, barely above a breath. They can't. Not really. Not if they want to survive. What do you mean? My voice cracked. They're trapped in this cycle too. The station, the disappearances, it's a system. A closed loop. They take people, but those people often become hunters themselves. Or worse. I tried to picture it, people trapped in this underground maze, forced into roles they'd never wanted. The thought clawed at me. We moved cautiously down the corridor. The walls closed in, the air thickened. At one point, I brushed against something soft, something that shivered away before I could see it. Did you see that? I whispered. No, he said, but his voice was shaky. Silence fell again. Then, suddenly, a low murmur. Voices, just beyond hearing, like a crowd gathered in a distant room. The words made no sense, but the tone was urgent, fearful. Should we go toward it or away? I asked, panic creeping in. He hesitated. Towards. If there's a chance to find others. Or answers. We edged closer, the murmur growing louder. The sound carried a strange rhythm, almost hypnotic. My skin crawled. Then, a sudden crack, the floor beneath me shifted, a loose tile sliding under my foot. I caught myself, heart leaping. careful, he hissed. They'll know if we're clumsy. We rounded a corner. The corridor opened into a small chamber lit by a single, flickering bulb. A group of people were there, faces pale and drawn, eyes darting nervously. They whispered urgently, casting quick glances toward the door. One of them, a woman with sharp eyes and a trembling hand, spotted us. You shouldn't be here, she said, voice low but firm. We're trying to get out, the man said. She shook her head. There's no way out. Not once you're inside. The air thickened with tension. I felt their eyes on me, weighing, judging. Then the woman's hand went to her mouth as if to stifle a sob. They're coming, she said. Hunters. They've been tracking us. My breath caught. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. I pressed my back against the cold concrete. Who are they? I asked, voice barely steady. People who've chosen to survive by whatever means necessary, she said. They don't care who gets hurt. They hunt the lost. Why? I whispered. Because here, survival isn't about strength or speed. It's about control. Fear. The ones who control the fear control the station. I looked to the man beside me. His jaw was tight, eyes dark. We have to move, he said. Now. Before I could ask where, the murmur outside the chamber turned into a low, guttural chant. The hunters were close. The woman grabbed my arm, eyes frantic. If you want to live, don't trust anyone. Not even us. Her words hit me like a slap. I wanted to ask why, but the chant grew louder, closing in like a storm. We have to hide, the man said. Follow me. We slipped through a narrow door behind the group, the air instantly cooler, the scent of mold thick. The passage was tight, forcing me to press my shoulder against the wall. The rough brick scratched my skin through my jacket. The chant became a roar, footsteps pounding, voices yelling commands I couldn't understand. My heart thundered in my ears. I fought to keep my breath steady, but it came out in ragged gasps. Do you know where this leads? I asked, voice shaking. Somewhere safe. I hope. He didn't sound sure. The tunnel twisted, descending deeper. Suddenly, the floor gave way beneath me just for a second, but it was enough to send me staggering. You okay? He hissed. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Yeah. Just this place. He laughed, a dry sound. Welcome to hell. We turned a corner, and I saw it. A faint light, warmer than before, spilling from a doorway ahead. But between us and that door stood a figure, a silhouette against the glow, unmoving. My breath caught. My muscles tensed like a spring ready to snap. The figure didn't speak. Didn't move. Just stood. The tunnel ended abruptly. We spilled out into a cramped maintenance shaft, the smell of wet concrete and rusted metal clawing at my senses. The woman pressed a finger to her lips. The man's breath was shallow, sharp. Silence. Complete silence. Outside, the distant roar of the hunters' voices clung to the walls, but here, only the faint drip-drip of water echoed. I leaned against the cold steel of a pipe, trying to steady my shaking hands. My skin prickled, every nerve stretched taut. The man pulled a grimy rag from his pocket and wiped his face, then looked at me, eyes dark and unreadable. Listen, he said, voice low, they don't just hunt people who get lost down here. They're after anyone who knows too much. Anyone who tries to leave. The woman's eyes flicked nervously toward the door. You think they'll come in here? I don't know. The man shook his head. But if they do, we won't be ready. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and fear thick in my throat. Why me? Why bring me here? She looked away, the flickering light catching the sharp lines of her face. Because you asked questions. Because you didn't just walk away. That stung more than I expected. I wanted to say it was a mistake, that I hadn't meant to get involved, but the truth was lodged deep inside me, unmovable. We sat in the silence for what felt like hours, the distant chants fading, replaced by a suffocating quiet. My thoughts kept drifting back to the map, the one that never showed the station, this place beneath the city where people vanished. I wondered how many had come before, how many had tried to escape the whispers and vanished into the shadows. The man finally broke the silence. There's a way out, but it's not easy. You'll need to trust me. I nodded, heart hammering. Trust. Such a fragile thing, especially here. We moved again, slipping through a hidden door that led to a narrow staircase spiraling upward. The air grew warmer, less damp, but heavier with the scent of grease and old sweat. My lungs burned with the effort to breathe evenly. Every step felt like wading through thick fog. At the top, the door creaked open onto a dimly lit corridor that looked almost ordinary. Flickering fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead, casting sickly yellow pools of light on cracked tiles. The contrast was jarring after the underground maze. We have to blend in, the woman whispered. This part of the station is monitored. Cameras. Guards. I glanced around, noticing the tired faces of a few scattered passengers waiting on a platform. Their eyes were vacant, their bodies tense. I could almost taste the fear hanging in the stale air. The man led us toward a stairwell marked exit. I hesitated, the weight of everything pressing down on me. What if the hunters were waiting outside? What if the city itself had turned against us? I wanted to run, to vanish into the normal chaos of the streets, but something inside me held firm. The door swung open, and cold night air hit my face. The city felt different, distant, unfamiliar. The sharp scent of rain on asphalt, the faint hum of traffic, the occasional bark of a dog somewhere off. It was real. Tangible. Safe, maybe. But the shadows clung to the edges of my vision, reminding me that the underground was never far away. We didn't speak as we walked. The woman disappeared into the crowd at the corner, leaving the man and me standing under a flickering street lamp that buzzed and hummed like a dying thing. He looked at me, voice rough. You're not the same person who walked in that station. No, I said, my throat tight. I'm not. The truth settled in like a stone in my gut. I'd gone in searching for answers, but found only more questions. The city's underbelly had opened itself to me, revealing its dark pulse beneath the surface. And I had seen what most never dared to face. The man hesitated before adding, "Be careful. They don't forget. And neither should you." I watched him disappear into the night, his figure swallowed by the city's relentless sprawl. Alone now, I turned toward the glowing windows of an all-night cafe across the street, the promise of light and warmth offering a fragile hope. Inside, I sat by the window, the hum of conversation washing over me. The coffee was bitter, grounding. I traced the rim of my cup, the ceramic cool against my fingertips, and let the noise of the city seep in. I thought about the people in that station, the ones who whispered about disappearances, about destinations from which no one returned. They weren't ghosts or myths. They were real. Human. Trapped in a maze of fear and silence. And me? I was the one who came back. The weight of that was heavier than any darkness underground. Days later, the world outside moved on as if nothing had happened. The subway map was unchanged. The trains ran on schedule. But I carried a fragment of that darkness with me, a reminder that beneath the city's pulse, something raw and unforgiving waits. I found myself watching the faces of strangers on the trains, wondering who else knew the secret routes, who else was running from the hunters, or from themselves. Trust. I understood now how fragile it was. How easily it could be shattered by fear and desperation. But I also learned that even in the darkest places, a flicker of choice remains. The choice to keep moving. To hold on. To return to the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, no matter how dim it might seem. The station doesn't appear on any map. And maybe that's how it's meant to be. A place erased, forgotten, a scar beneath the city's skin. But I carry it with me. And I won't let it claim me. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a slow, steady breath. Story 4, Endless Levels, the garage that grows. I never thought a parking garage could unsettle me. The office where I worked was tucked into a cluster of gray, boxy buildings downtown, each boasting their own parking structures. Everyone claimed theirs was the worst, but the one I used, Parkview Garage, had this odd reputation. Not for crime or mess, just quirks. People joked it was a maze. Some said it felt like it grew overnight. I laughed it off. Buildings don't grow after they're built. That's ridiculous. Or so I told myself. That day, I left work a little later than usual because of a meeting that dragged on. The sky had turned a dull shade of gray, the kind that makes everything look washed out and tired. A light drizzle was falling, the kind that never quite soaks you but leaves a slick sheen on the pavement. I tucked my umbrella into the passenger seat and glanced up at the garage entrance. The sign flickered, half the bulbs burned out, casting a jittery yellow glow over the concrete. I noticed, too, the smell. Not just the usual mix of gasoline and damp stone, but something faintly chemical. Like paint thinner or fresh drywall dust. I dismissed it. Maybe maintenance had been working late. I pulled in and immediately felt the telltale squeeze of tight space. Parkview was old, built when cars were smaller and patience thinner. The ceiling was low, with pipes and ductwork running in jagged lines above. My tires clicked against the grooves of the concrete ramp as I ascended. I glanced at the floor marker, level 3, then level 4. The hum of the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, some flickering in uneven patterns. It was the kind of sound you barely notice until it stops unexpectedly. I was halfway through the level when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, or maybe a trick of the light, slipping between pillars. I blinked, but there was nothing there. Just my tired brain playing tricks. I parked near an exit I usually used. The door was locked. Odd. I was sure it was always open during business hours. I jiggled the handle. Nothing. The lock didn't budge. I sighed, resigned, and headed back to my car. I turned the key in the ignition, but the engine hesitated, coughing like it didn't want to start. I tried again. The dashboard lights flickered. A low, grinding noise came from the engine bay. My hands gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. The car finally caught and I eased forward, aiming for the ramp that would take me down to level 2. But when I reached the ramp, the sign above read level 5. That couldn't be right. The ramp had to lead down, but the item pointed up. Confused, I reversed a few feet and tried again. A tiny knot of unease twisted in my stomach. I took a deep breath. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the signs were old or misprinted. But as I drove on, the floor numbers kept climbing. 6, 7, 8. The garage was supposed to have 5 levels. I knew that. I'd counted them every day for months. I stopped the car near a concrete pillar and glanced around. The place was nearly empty, no other cars in sight except a few scattered in far corners. The usual clamor of city noise was muffled, swallowed by the thick walls and the persistent drip of water somewhere in the shadows. The air smelled colder, damp and stale, like a basement that had been closed up for years. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. No bars. The battery icon blinked at me, stubbornly refusing to connect. I tapped the screen again. No calls, no messages. This was ridiculous. I was in the middle of the city. How could I lose signal in a parking garage? The flickering lights overhead made my eyes ache. I rubbed them and looked back toward the ramp. The numbers were still climbing. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I must have missed the exit. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn somewhere. But the layout was straightforward, or so I thought. I pulled out the garage map stuck to the wall near the elevator. The paper was faded, edges curled, and the ink smudged in places. According to the map, I was on level 3. But the map showed 5 floors total. The ramp I'd just been on didn't exist on the diagram. The layout was a neat, simple rectangle with clearly marked exits. Nothing about extra floors. I glanced around again. The fluorescent hum filled the silence, broken only by the distant echo of footsteps. Not mine. Soft. Careful. I froze. My pulse sped up. The footsteps stopped. I strained to listen. Nothing. I told myself it was probably just another driver. Maybe a security guard. But the thought didn't settle. Something felt off. The elevator dinged nearby, its doors sliding open with a metallic sigh. No one stepped out. No one stepped in. Just a hollow, empty box waiting for a passenger. I started the car again, trying to keep my hands steady. I drove toward where I thought the exit should be. But the layout kept shifting, or so it seemed. The pillars, the ramps, even the painted lines on the floor didn't line up with the map anymore. I passed a maintenance closet and, on a whim, peeked inside. There were tools scattered, bags of cement mix, and a dusty ladder leaning against the wall. The air smelled stronger here, sharp, chemical, like something freshly mixed but left to cure. I touched the ladder's rungs. Cool and slightly sticky. A sudden noise made me jump. A low creak, like metal bending under weight. From above? Below? I couldn't tell. I stepped back, heart thudding uncomfortably against my ribs. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Total, suffocating quiet. I climbed back into the car and tried the horn. Nothing. I pressed harder. Still silent. Even the usual beep when you lock or unlock the doors was gone. I ran my fingers over the steering wheel, slick with a fine layer of dust. The sensation grounded me a little. This was real. Not some dream or trick of exhaustion. I glanced again at the floor numbers. They'd reached level 9. The garage was adding floors. Or at least, it felt like it. And I was trapped inside. I tried the radio next. The static hissed and popped, but no voices came through. No music. No announcements. Just noise. Like the building was swallowing everything. I wanted to believe it was a mistake. A glitch in the system. But deep down, I knew the truth was more unsettling. Buildings don't shift and grow after they're built. Not unless something was very wrong. I pulled out of the empty row and headed toward the only visible exit door. It was a heavy metal slab, painted a dull gray, with a small, scratched window at eye level. I pressed my face to the glass and peered through. A dimly lit stairwell stretched upward, but the door handle didn't budge. I knocked softly. No reply. I knocked again, harder. Silence. I pressed my ear to the door. Faint sounds of voices? No, just the building settling. Or maybe my imagination. The air smelled musty, like old plaster and forgotten corners. I stepped back and looked around once more. The garage was empty except for me. The only person I could see was myself, reflected in the grimy windows of my car. I breathed out slowly, willing myself to think clearly. I could find a way out. I had to. But as the lights flickered again and the floor number climbed to 10, I couldn't shake the feeling that the garage was not just a place to park a car. It was a trap. And somewhere inside, whatever was causing it was waiting. I turned the key again and moved forward, aware that every step might be the wrong one. The metal door didn't move. I pressed my palm against the cold surface, the rough paint chipped beneath my fingers. No sound came from the stairwell behind it, just that same stale air, a faint scent of mildew mixed with something else, faint and almost metallic. That smell wasn't right. It made my stomach twist. I stepped back, head swiveling toward the elevator bank. The flickering overhead light buzzed low, its rhythm uneven, like a heartbeat struggling against an invisible weight. I hadn't seen another car since I'd entered this strange, growing maze. Not a soul. The silence was thick, oppressive. I sat back in the driver's seat, the leather cracked and sticky beneath me. My hands trembled. I tried the radio again. Static. No voices. No help. Just the sound of white noise filling the cramped space. I needed more than that. I needed answers. The idea of the garage adding floors, of it somehow shifting, refused to leave me alone. Buildings don't expand like that, not without cranes, bulldozers, crews working in the daylight. This was something else. Something deliberate. I started the engine, the barely breaking the quiet. Slowly, I eased the car forward, eyes darting to the rising floor numbers on the cracked digital display. 10. 11. 12. The numbers kept climbing, like some cruel countdown. I pulled to a stop near a security kiosk, a small booth with dusty glass and a faded attendance sign. No one inside. No cameras. The security system seemed dead. I reached out, tapping the glass, my breath fogging the inside. It was empty, abandoned. I looked around. Concrete pillars stretched up into shadow, their surfaces mottled with stains and peeling paint. A cold draft snaked through gaps in the ceiling, carrying with it the faint echo of dripping water somewhere deep inside the structure. I pressed the door handle again, this time harder. Nothing. No movement. No click. Just the dull thud of my knuckles against steel. I thought of calling someone, anyone, but my phone battery was down to a sliver. And the signal was non-existent, swallowed by the thick concrete walls. I tried the stairwell again, this time pressing my ear against the door. Nothing. No footsteps. No voices. No sign of life. Frustration curled tight in my chest. The building was a trap. A cage. But why? What was the point of locking people inside a parking garage? I thought back to what I'd read earlier, the news articles about the building's rush construction, whispers of cracks in the foundation, a potential collapse that had been quietly hushed up by the developers. Could this be related? If the building was unstable, maybe the owners were desperate to keep it under wraps. But trapping drivers inside? That was a new level of desperation. I needed to find another way out. If the stairwell was locked, The elevator might be my next best bet. But I didn't trust it. Not after the way the floors kept counting up like some endless spiral. I climbed out of the car, the cold concrete floor rough beneath my shoes. The silence pressed in, broken only by the distant drip of water and the occasional groan of metal settling somewhere nearby. I approached the elevator doors. The panel was cracked, buttons worn and faded. I pressed the down button. Nothing. No ding. No light. Just a faint hum, like the machine was alive but refusing to move. I stepped back, scanning the rows of parked cars. All empty. All silent. A sudden noise startled me, a soft tapping, rhythmic, from somewhere deep in the garage. I froze. The sound wasn't mechanical. It was deliberate. Human. Hello? I called out, voice echoing off the concrete walls. Is someone there? The tapping stopped. Silence. Then, a whisper, barely audible, like a breath against my ear. Don't trust them. I spun around, heart racing, but no one was there. Just shadows stretching long and thin under the flickering lights. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. Could I be imagining things? The stress, the isolation, the creeping dread, maybe it was all getting to me. But that voice, that warning, it felt real. I backed toward my car, hands shaking as I fumbled for my phone. No signal. The battery blinked red. I cursed under my breath, the taste of frustration bitter on my tongue. I needed more evidence. Something concrete. If this garage was hiding something deadly, I had to find proof before it was too late. I remembered the maintenance room I'd seen earlier, near the entrance ramp. It had a small window, scratched and dusty, with a faint glow inside. Maybe there was a security monitor, logs, something I could use. I started walking toward it, the air growing colder with each step. The scent of damp plaster and rust filled my nostrils. My footsteps echoed hollow, swallowed quickly by the vast emptiness. At the door, I pressed my ear again. Muffled voices. Low, urgent. I knocked softly. Who's there? A voice rasped from inside. Just me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm trapped in the garage. I think something's wrong with the building. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a man in a stained uniform, his face pale and lined with exhaustion. You shouldn't be here, he whispered. They don't want anyone poking around. Who? Who doesn't? I asked. He glanced over his shoulder nervously. The owners. The company. The ones covering up the cracks. If they find out we're talking. He trailed off, eyes flicking to the dark corners of the garage. What are you hiding? I pressed. He shook his head. It's not safe. The building's unstable. Floors are closing in. They lock the doors to keep people inside, keep us quiet. People have vanished. Drivers, workers. No one talks about it. My throat tightened. I thought of the endless floors, the locked stairwells, the eerie silence. Can you help me get out? I asked. He hesitated, then nodded. Maybe, but we have to move fast. The thick silence of the underground lot pressed against my skin like a living thing. The weight of his words settled over me. The garage wasn't just a trap, it was a tomb waiting to close. Together, we slipped inside the maintenance room. The air was thick with dust and the faint hum of machinery. Monitors flickered weakly, displaying grainy black and white images of the garage's interior. I scanned the screens, heart pounding. There on one of them, a section of the garage distorted, all seeming to move as if breathing. A crack spider webbed across a pillar nearby. "This is worse than I thought," the man muttered. The room suddenly felt smaller, the shadows pressing closer. I glanced at the door, then back at the screens. There was no easy way out. But now I wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. A distant rumble shook the building, dust falling from the ceiling. "Time to go," he said quietly. I nodded, gripping the edge of the workbench, trying to steady the storm swirling inside me. We stepped back into the garage's shifting heart, where every floor was a question, every breath a risk. The building was alive. And it was coming for us. The man edged inside, closing the door behind him with a soft click that sounded much louder than it should have. The stale air inside the small maintenance closet was thick with the smell of damp concrete and something metallic, oil, maybe. I noticed my palms were slick with sweat. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickered intermittently, casting a sickly greenish hue over his gaunt face. "We don't have much time," he said, voice low, hurried. "If they catch us," he didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. The owners didn't just want to cover up cracks, they wanted to erase anyone who knew too much. I swallowed hard. "How long have you been here?" "Too long," he answered, rubbing the back of his neck. "I work security." Or I did, before they started locking us in, making us keep quiet. The cracks aren't just cracks. The engineers found something worse. The whole structure is unstable. And the building, it shifts. Floors rearrange. Stairwells vanish. His eyes darted toward the door again. They use it as a trap. I nodded, heart thudding. The endless floors, the locked stairwells, the mechanical arm that seemed to warp the air, it all made sense now. So, what? They're locking people inside? Keeping them here until, I trailed off, the thought too grim to voice. Until the building collapses, or they can move the blame. No one suspects a parking garage. No one notices missing drivers. It's the perfect cover. He ran a hand through his greasy hair. I've seen guys disappear. No calls, no messages. Just gone. I pictured the faces of the few people I'd seen wandering the maze-like levels. Were they trapped too? Or something worse? Why tell me this? I asked. He looked me in the eye. Because you're not supposed to be here. If you get out, maybe someone else will follow. Maybe. A sudden, sharp metallic scrape echoed down the hallway. We both froze. Did you hear that? I whispered. He nodded, stepping closer. They patrol. Cameras, guards. Sometimes drones. The company doesn't want us talking. I glanced toward the vent near the ceiling, imagining eyes watching us, ears listening. The paranoia was contagious. "We need to move," he said. "There's a service elevator, but it's rusty and probably dangerous. The stairwells are sealed off or lead nowhere. We have to go before they come back." My head spun. The elevator sounded like a death trap. But staying meant waiting for whoever was out there to find us. I had to make a choice. "Lead the way," I said. We slipped out into the garage, the fluorescent lights flickering in time with my heartbeat. The air was colder here, the scent of gasoline sharp and biting. I noticed the unevenness beneath my feet, the concrete cracked in jagged lines, some sections sagging as if the whole floor might give way. "Look," he whispered, pointing. "See those? Cracks, but they keep patching them up with plaster and paint. It's a band-aid on a supplies wound." I crouched to touch the rough surface. It felt brittle, like it could crumble with the slightest pressure. A faint vibration hummed through the ground. "Do you think the whole building's sinking?" I asked. "Not sinking. Shifting. The supports are failing. They prop up one section, but another drops. It's a slow crawl downward." The idea made my stomach churn. I pictured the layers collapsing on each other, like a slow-motion avalanche. We moved quickly, but the silence was oppressive. No other cars, no footsteps, just a distant hum of ventilation and the occasional drip of water from somewhere above. The elevator door stood ahead, a rusted metal box with chipped paint and a faded sign warning of out of service. He fiddled with the control panel, pressing buttons and pulling at the door handle. Nothing. "Need a tool?" I asked, glancing around for something to pry it open. He shook his head. "No time. I know a back door. It leads to the underground tunnel system, the old delivery route. It's not supposed to be accessible, but," he shrugged, "it's the only way out." I followed him through a narrow corridor behind the elevator shaft. The walls were grimy, streaked with dirt and graffiti. The air smelled musty, with cardboard mixed with something sour, like mold. We reached a rusted metal door with a heavy padlock. "Watch your step," he said, fishing a bent paperclip from his pocket. I learned a few tricks over the years. I held my breath as he worked the lock. Minutes dragged by. Outside, the faint sound of footsteps echoed again, faster this time. The lock clicked open. He pushed the door, and it groaned on its hinges, revealing a steep staircase descending into darkness. The air grew colder, damper. I hesitated. "Are you sure this is safe?" He looked at me, eyes hard. "Safe? No. But it's better than waiting for them to find us." The walls closed in as we descended. The stairwell was narrow, the concrete slick with moisture. My fingers brushed against the rough, cold surface, grounding me. Halfway down, I stopped. Something was off. The faint smell of disinfectant mixed with rust, too sterile for somewhere abandoned. "Wait," I whispered. "Do you hear that?" A low murmur, barely audible, like voices carried on the wind. Or was it the building settling again? He shook his head. "No. It's probably just the pipes." But I wasn't convinced. The voices grew clearer, sharp whispers cutting through the silence. "Hello?" I called softly. The murmur stopped. Suddenly, a light flicked on below us. A harsh, white beam that blinded me for a moment. "Stop," a sharp voice ordered. I jumped back, heart pounding, as a figure appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a man in a dark jacket, holding a flashlight that stabbed at us like an item. "Who are you?" the man demanded. "This area is restricted." The security guy stiffened. "We're just trying to get out. The building's unstable. There's no other way." The man's eyes narrowed. "You shouldn't be here. They don't like loose ends." The words hit me like a cold wave. Loose ends. That was what we were, problems to be erased. The man took a step forward, the flashlight beam narrowing on our faces. I glanced at my companion. His jaw clenched. "We don't want trouble," he said. "Just let us pass." "Not possible," the man replied. "You've gone too far. There's no turning back now." My hands trembled. The stairwell felt suddenly claustrophobic, the walls pressing in. I swallowed hard. Trapped between the shifting floors, the locked doors, and now this man, someone who seemed as desperate and dangerous as the building itself. The point of no return. And I wasn't sure which was worse, the collapsing concrete above or the people hiding its secrets below. The light stabbed into my eyes, sharp and unforgiving. I blinked, trying to adjust, but the brightness lingered like a punch. Below us, the stairwell stretched into utter blackness beyond the circle of illumination. The murmur had stopped. Silence. Complete silence. "Stop," the voice said again, low and rough, but closer this time. I shifted back against the wall, my fingers digging into the damp concrete. The cold seeped through my jacket, making the hair on my arms stand up. The air smelled of wet stone and something metallic, not quite blood, but close enough to set my teeth on edge. "Who's there?" I called, my voice hoarse. I wanted to sound braver than I felt. The only answer was the echo of my own words, bouncing off the walls. Beside me, he tightened his grip on the flashlight, his jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth might crack. "Don't answer," he whispered. "Let them think we're not here." But my curiosity was a live thing, crawling under my skin. From what I'd pieced together, we weren't just trapped by faulty architecture. This garage was a labyrinth designed to trap people, to hide something terrible. I wasn't convinced that silence would save us. The light flickered, then steadied. From the shadow below, a figure emerged. Not a ghost or a monster, but a man. His face was pale, eyes sunken and dark, like he hadn't slept in days. He wore a high visibility vest, the kind security guards or maintenance workers wore. But his hands trembled, and when he spoke, his voice cracked. "You shouldn't be here," he said. I could say the same, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're looking for a way out." He shook his head. "There's no way out. Not the way you think." I glanced at my companion. He was watching the man like a hawk, ready to bolt or fight if needed. But the man didn't look like a threat, more like a ghost dragged down by the place itself. "Why?" I asked, stepping cautiously past him. "What's going on here?" The man swallowed hard, then leaned closer, his breath cold and faintly sour. "The building is broken. Not just the cracks you see. The whole structure. The engineers knew it. They built these extra floors, these corridors that don't exist on any plan, to keep people from realizing it's unsafe. But the city can't shut it down. Too many people park here every day. So they keep it moving, shifting. Like a trap." His words hit me like a slap. I thought I was losing it, imagining the floors changing, the walls stretching and folding. But he was telling me it was real. The building itself was a cage. "Why tell us?" I asked. He glanced over his shoulder, eyes wide. "Because if you don't get out soon, you'll be stuck. Like the others." "Others?" The word felt heavy. I wanted to run, to scream, to shake him until he made sense. But instead, I swallowed hard and asked, "Who else?" "Drivers. People who got caught in the maze. They disappear. No one talks about it, but the city's full of rumors. The security, the contractors, they cover it up. The building's shifting to hide what's wrong. If you stay, you'll end up like them, lost, forgotten." I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The stairwell seemed to close in, the damp walls pressing closer. My breath came uneven, short gasps that tasted like stale air and fear. "We need to move," I said. "Can you help us?" He hesitated, then nodded. "There's a maintenance tunnel. It might lead outside, but it's not safe. The floors above are unstable. You have to be careful." I looked at my companion, whose face was pale but resolute. "We don't have a choice." The man led us down the stairs, the flashlight beam dancing over broken pipes and peeling paint. The air grew colder, thicker with the smell of mold and decay. Somewhere far away, the faint sound of water dripping echoed like a metronome. At the bottom, the tunnel yawned open, narrow, dark, and slick with grime. The walls dripped with condensation. I reached out, my hand brushing against rough concrete that felt like it might crumble if I squeezed too hard. "Stay close," the man whispered. We stepped in. The light flickered again, and I swallowed the urge to panic as the tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly before us. Every step echoed, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, swallowed by the darkness behind and ahead. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground. Dust fell from the ceiling, tiny rocks clattering at our feet. "Did you feel that?" I asked, voice trembling. He nodded. "The building's settling. Or shifting. It's unstable. We don't have long." The walls seemed to close in tighter, the cold seeping into my bones. My hands trembled despite myself. I was tired, so tired, but there was no turning back. Not now. Ahead, a faint light glimmered. Hope or another trick. Without warning, the tunnel floor shifted beneath us, a subtle but distinct movement, like the building was breathing, alive and malevolent. I stumbled, catching myself on the wall. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst. Behind us, the man cursed under his breath. "This is worse than I thought." We pressed on, the light growing brighter, then suddenly flickering out. Darkness swallowed us whole. I froze. Couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. The silence was suffocating. Then, a sound. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Coming from the darkness behind. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, barely more than a whisper. No answer. Just the echo of footsteps growing nearer. My breath caught. My body tensed like a coiled spring. Damp air clung to the back of my neck as I stepped into the dim expanse of the cavernous garage. "We're not alone," I said. The footsteps stopped. Then, a voice, soft, calm, but with an edge like a razor. "You shouldn't have come down here." The tunnel seemed to close in, the walls pressing closer, the darkness thick as a shroud. I realized then that the building wasn't just unstable, it was controlled. By someone. Something human. Someone who wanted to keep the secret buried. The air tasted bitter. My hand shook so hard I could barely hold the flashlight when it flickered back on. And then I saw him. A figure stepping out of the shadows, face half hidden by a cap pulled low, eyes cold and calculating. "No one leaves this place," he said. I swallowed hard, the weight of those words crushing every ounce of hope. The real trap wasn't the building, it was the people who made sure no one escaped. And now, we were caught. The footsteps stopped. Just like that, silence stretched out in the blackness behind me, thick and suffocating. I strained to hear anything else, breath, a shuffle, a whisper, but nothing came. My hands, slick with sweat, gripped the cold concrete wall. The darkness felt alive, pressing in from all sides. Then the faintest scrape of a voice, rough and low, "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my throat. "Why are you trapping us?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "What's really going on in this building?" No answer. Only that heavy silence again. I thought I might be losing my mind. Maybe the stress, exhaustion, panic, it was all bending reality around me. A soft glow bloomed ahead, the light returning like a breath in the dark. I realized I was still clutching the man's arm. He was silent, tense. His eyes darted into the shadows behind us, but he didn't speak. I wanted to ask him what he knew, if he was part of this or just as trapped as I was. But the words caught in my throat. The floor shifted again, subtle but undeniable. This place was breathing, moving. The walls were narrowing. I could almost feel the building's bones creaking beneath us, like it was trying to squeeze the life out of anyone caught inside. I glanced up at the ceiling, which seemed impossibly low now, the yellowed pipes groaning overhead. I remembered the cracked pillar, how it had silently threatened to collapse, the reason this nightmare had begun. The company had hidden it, buried the reports, kept drivers circling for hours, days maybe, to cover their mess. It wasn't a ghost or a curse. It was greed and fear twisting this building into a trap. The man finally broke the silence. "They don't want anyone to know," he said, voice rough like gravel. "If the news gets out, the whole company dies. So they keep people in here until the problem just disappears." His words hit me harder than any punch. I wanted to scream at him, yell that people's lives were worth more than any profit margin. But there was no one to hear me. Only the building. Only the darkness. We moved forward, the light growing stronger, revealing a stairwell ahead. The air smelled like wet concrete and something sharp, ozone perhaps, or the faint scent of rust. My throat was dry, my legs shaky, but the promise of escape pushed me onward. As we climbed, the steps creaked underfoot, uneven and worn. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from before following us. But there was only silence. The outside world was waiting somewhere beyond these walls. I clung to that thought like a lifeline. When we finally burst through the exit door, the cold night air hit me like a wave. The sky was a dull gray, overcast and heavy with rain. I took a deep breath. Real air. Real sky. And yet, the weight of what I'd been through clung to me like a second skin. The parking garage loomed behind us, still as silent and imposing as ever, hiding its secrets beneath layers of concrete and steel. I looked at the man beside me, his face pale and drawn. "So what now?" I asked, voice raw. He shook his head. "We tell someone. Anyone. But they'll try to cover it up again. They always do." I nodded, bitter. I wasn't sure who they were anymore, company executives, contractors, local officials. All I knew was that the building's shifting floors had been a deliberate, cruel design. A cage. Days later, I sat alone in my apartment, the events replaying endlessly in my mind. News reports mentioned the parking garage only in passing, a minor incident, a technical glitch. No hint of the truth beneath. I stared at my phone, the messages I'd sent to reporters and city officials unread. My hands still trembled sometimes, especially when I closed my eyes and saw those endless floors stretching out, trapping us like rats. But my fear had changed. It was quieter now. More focused. I began writing everything down, every detail I could remember. The shifting walls, the cracked pillar, the whispered threats in the dark. I wanted to make sure it wouldn't be forgotten. That someone, someday, might listen. The man never contacted me again, and I wondered if he'd managed to leave or if the building had claimed him too. I thought about the others, the drivers who'd vanished without a trace. Names and faces I'd never known, swallowed by that concrete maze. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a distant rumble, like the building settling or maybe shifting deeper underground. I'd hold my breath and listen. The silence that followed was never quite empty. I realized then that some places are designed to trap more than just bodies. They trap fear, guilt, secrets. And that fear doesn't die when you walk out the door. I was different now. Not just because I'd survived, but because I'd seen what people would do to hide the truth. It left a scar deeper than any fall or cold corridor. If I ever went back to that garage, I wouldn't be the same person. Maybe I'd be braver, or maybe just more broken. But I knew one thing for sure: I would never stop looking for the cracks beneath the surface. Because sometimes, what's hidden is the most dangerous thing of all. Story 5, Path of the Gnarled Roots, Forest Sinister Guidance. The morning air smelled of damp earth and pine sap, sharp and clean, like it had been wiped fresh overnight by some invisible hand. I'd been walking for maybe an hour, the crunch of my boots on the leaf litter the only sound besides a distant woodpecker's steady tapping. I liked this kind of solitude. The way it stretched space out, made every breath and footstep something to notice. Sometimes, when the trail curved between towering firs and the underbrush thickened just so, I'd catch myself wondering if I was the first person to pass through in hours. I know how that sounds, but there's a strange comfort in imagining you're alone, completely swallowed by green and silence. The path I followed had started up broad and well-worn, a favorite route I'd taken a few times before. But today, curiosity nudged me to keep going past the usual turn where most hikers would loop back. The trail narrowed, the undergrowth brushing against my legs, sticky with dew. I told myself it was just the forest closing in, nothing more. Still, I noticed how the light dimmed quicker beneath the thick canopy, the sky above a pale blur rather than the usual patchy blue. At one point, I stopped to catch my breath on a fallen log, pressing my palm against the rough bark, its ridges sharp and cool. The scent of moss and old rot was strong here, mixed with something else, faint, metallic, maybe? I couldn't be sure. Birds had fallen silent. The usual chatter and fluttering had died down, replaced by a heavy quiet that settled deep in my chest. I glanced around, half expecting to spot another hiker or a squirrel, but there was nothing. Just the slow, rhythmic drip of water from leaves. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the prickling at my neck. Probably just nerves. I'd been alone in the woods plenty of times before. Still, I felt a little foolish for ignoring the way the path seemed to curve too deliberately, as if it was leading somewhere beyond the usual clearing I knew. Something about the trail shift didn't sit right, like it was almost waiting for me. After a while, the ground beneath my boots softened into patches of moss and pine needles, springy and cool. I crouched down to examine a cluster of mushrooms, their caps slick and glistening with moisture. Nearby, a small rustle caught my attention. A slender shape darted between the trees, too quick to identify. A fox, maybe? The forest's usual residents carried on as if I were a passing shadow, not an intruder. I reached a fork in the trail where the path split into two uneven tracks. One bent sharply to the right, disappearing behind a wall of ferns and dark trunks. The other led straight ahead, narrower now, bordered by twisted roots that looked like gnarled fingers clutching the earth. A faded marker hung loosely from a branch, a strip of frayed cloth fluttering faintly in the breeze. It looked old, weathered by rain and sun, but the colors were still faintly visible, red and white stripes, maybe? I felt the pull to follow the right path, but something in me hesitated. I took the left fork. The forest seemed to close in tighter here. The trees grew taller, straighter, their bark rough and cracked. The air was cooler, and the scent of pine was sharper, almost biting. I noticed the ground was littered with small bones, bird fragments, I guessed, though the shapes made me uneasy. I crouched again, brushing a finger against a thin, curved piece. The texture was smooth, almost polished. I swallowed hard. Imagining the life that had once been here was something I didn't want to do. Further along, I spotted something that made me stop completely. A pair of scuffed boots, half buried in leaves, lying haphazardly beside the trail. They looked old, forgotten. I crouched, reaching out to touch one, but stopped when the hairs on my arms prickled. There was no sign of a person nearby. No jacket, no pack. Just boots. I called out softly. "Hello?" My voice sounded strange, swallowed by the trees. No answer. Only the faint rustling of leaves. For a moment, I wondered if someone had left them as a prank, or if they belonged to a hunter who'd retreated deeper into the woods. But the quietness was unsettling, too complete. I slid my hand into my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone. Signal was spotty here, but I managed to get a faint bar. I snapped a quick photo of the boots, hoping to show it to someone later. Maybe the ranger station, or a local friend who knew the area better. I stood up, heart still thudding hard enough to echo in my ears, and pressed forward. The path curved again, and I noticed faint footprints in the soft soil, too large for a deer, too irregular for a dog. Human. I followed them for a few minutes, feeling the knot of unease tighten. The footprints vanished near a thicket of bushes, the ground churned as if someone had pushed through recently. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, muffled, just beyond the trees. I froze. The voice was too soft to make out words, but it didn't sound like a call for help. More like a quiet argument or a whispered conversation. My skin prickled again. The forest had shifted from calm to watchful, like it was holding its breath with me. I debated turning back, but something, curiosity, stubbornness, whatever it was, pushed me forward. I edged closer, careful to stay hidden behind a thick pine trunk. Branches scraped my arms and face as I moved, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing heavier, warmer somehow. The scent of smoke drifted faintly, sharp and acrid, but there was no fire in sight. Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of something unexpected. A small clearing, lit by a flickering lantern hanging from a crooked wooden pole. Around it, tents old, patched canvas stretched tight over poles, arranged in a rough circle. Clothes hung on lines between trees, fluttering lightly in the breeze. A table, scarred and stained, held a scattering of cans and plastic bottles. This wasn't a campsite for weekend hikers. It looked like a permanent place, or at least one used often. The voice came again, closer now, clearer. There were 2 people, maybe 3. I could hear the strain in their tones, the low tension that didn't belong to friendly conversation. I pressed my back against the rough bark, heart hammering louder than the distant woodpecker's tap. My hands trembled just enough to make me aware of the cold sweat gathering in my temples. I wanted to turn around and run, but my feet stayed rooted. Something was wrong here. I just didn't know it yet. The lantern's flicker caught the corner of my eye again, wavering like a candle flame struggling against a draft. My legs itched to move, but I couldn't risk it, not yet. I had to know more. I had to find out who these people were and why the place felt like a trap. The air smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves, mixed with something faintly metallic, like iron or old blood, though I wasn't sure if my imagination was twisting the scent. That thought made my stomach tighten. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Minutes passed. Or maybe it was longer. Time bled into itself out here, and I wasn't great at tracking it when my mind was racing. I crouched lower, scanning the small clearing again. The tents looked worn and weather-beaten, some patched with mismatched fabric that caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows in odd ways. The clothes on the line swayed gently, shirts, socks, a faded hat, none of it hung with care, more thrown up in a hurry. I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, approaching the clearing from the far side. The voices stopped abruptly. The silence that filled the space was heavy, suffocating. I held my breath. The lantern light shifted, casting long shadows that flickered like ghosts. Then, a figure stepped out. Not more than 5 feet tall, wrapped in a threadbare jacket with the hood pulled low over their face. I caught a glimpse of sharp eyes, gray, cold, calculating. They didn't look at me, but I knew they sensed something. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. The figure moved toward the table, rifling through the cans and bottles without care. I could hear the clink of glass and the rustle of plastic, but no words. Something inside me tightened. I wanted to call out, to ask who they were, but my voice caught in my throat like sandpaper. Instead, I whispered to myself, "Keep calm. Observe. Don't get caught." The figure pulled a crumpled piece of paper from their pocket and unfolded it. I leaned in a little, curious despite myself. The paper was stained and creased, covered in hurried handwriting. I couldn't make out the words from here, but it looked like some kind of list or notes. Then a second figure appeared. Taller, broader, their face hidden behind a scarf wrapped tightly against the cold. They spoke in a low voice, sharp and clipped. "Did you check the perimeter? We can't afford mistakes again," they said. The first figure shrugged, still studying the paper. "It's quiet. Too quiet." I shivered, even though the temperature wasn't that low. The phrase stuck in my mind, "too quiet." I'd heard it before, in bad movies and worse situations. But this wasn't a story. This was real. I stumbled back to the tree trunk, barely quiet enough to avoid snapping a twig. My pulse thundered in my ears. I had to get out of there, but I also needed to know more. I wasn't someone who ran from a mystery. Curiosity was a curse and a blessing. I glanced toward the edge of the clearing and spotted something half buried in the dirt, tucked beneath a loose plank of wood. I edged closer, careful not to make a sound. It was a small, battered notebook, its cover stained and torn. I grabbed it, the pages damp but intact. Flipping through, I found entries, dates, names, times. Most were crossed out or scratched through, but some had notes next to them. No show, disappeared, last contact. A chill ran down my spine. These weren't just random notes. This was a record. Someone was keeping track of people who had vanished. My head spun. Why? Who were these people? And why had they chosen this hidden spot, deep in the woods, far from any trail? Suddenly, a third voice broke through the quiet. A woman's voice, sharp and low, but tinged with exhaustion. "We don't have much time. He's coming back. We need to move." The first figure cursed under their breath and stuffed the notebook into their jacket. Shadows shifted as they hurried toward the tents, voices rising in urgency. I froze. Who's coming back? The question echoed through my mind, louder than the crunch of leaves under their feet. I had to decide. Stay hidden and risk being trapped, or retreat and come back better prepared. My hands trembled again, this time with a mix of fear and determination. Something about this place was wrong, dangerously wrong. But I wasn't going to turn away. I slipped back the way I came, the forest closing in around me like a living wall. The scent of damp moss and decaying wood filled my nostrils, but beneath it, there was something else, a faint trace of smoke, stale and acrid. Back at my camp later that night, I sat by the fire, the notebook open on my lap. The entries grew darker, more frantic. Names I recognized from local news reports, missing hikers, campers who never returned. The dates clustered around the past few months, but some stretched back years. I rubbed my eyes. The forest outside whispered with the wind, shadows dancing just beyond the firelight. The feeling of being watched crawled up my spine. I wasn't alone in wanting answers. Someone or something didn't want this place found. I glanced at my phone. No signal. Not surprising. But the isolation felt heavier now, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I tried calling a friend, no luck. I wasn't ready to say where I was, not yet. The last thing I wanted was to drag anyone else into this. Sleep was impossible. Every crackle from the fire sounded like footsteps. Every rustle in the bushes whispered threats I couldn't name. I kept the notebook close, flipping through the pages again and again, searching for a pattern, a clue, anything. Morning came too soon. The sky was a pale gray, the sun struggling through thick clouds. I packed up quickly, the damp chill gnawing at my fingers. My mind was racing. I had to go back. I needed to understand what I'd stumbled onto. Before I left, I circled the clearing once more, careful to note the paths leading in and out. Something caught my eye near the edge, a faded sign, half hidden by moss and vines. I brushed it off, revealing faded letters, "Keep out." The message was clear. The warning unmistakable. But I was already too far in. As I turned to leave, a sudden noise stopped me, a soft, deliberate tapping on a tree not far away. Not a woodpecker. Something else. Someone else. I froze. The forest seemed to hold its breath. And then, softly, a voice, barely audible above the rustling leaves, "You shouldn't be here." The words weren't a threat. Not exactly. They were a promise. I swallowed hard, my skin prickling all over. The gathering storm was no longer just in the sky. It was here, waiting, watching, and I was caught in the middle of it. The voice hung in the air longer than it should have, like the forest itself was holding its breath. "Who's there?" I finally managed, my voice a thin thread, cracking under the weight of the dark woods around me. No reply. Just silence. Complete silence. I wanted to back away, to retreat to the safety of the path I'd come in on, but my feet stayed rooted. The way back no longer seemed straightforward. The trees, once friendly sentinels, now loomed like silent sentries, their gnarled branches twisting in the fading light. The storm was tightening its grip, thunder grumbling somewhere far off. I scanned the clearing again, the dimming sky casting long shadows. The worn path I'd followed was still there, but the edges looked different, more overgrown, less traveled. Somehow, I had the sinking certainty I'd gone too far, crossed some invisible line. "Look," the voice whispered again, this time barely louder than the wind. "Closer." I turned sharply toward a narrow trail veering off to the right, half hidden behind a thick curtain of ferns and brambles. It wasn't on any of the maps I'd studied before the hike, but it was there all the same, beckoning. I hesitated. Part of me screamed to run the other way, back to known territory, but curiosity burrowed deeper. There was no choice anymore. I stepped onto the hidden trail. The ground beneath my boots was damp, sticky with moss and decaying leaves. The smell of earth and pine grew stronger, mixed with an acrid tang that made my nostrils flare, something metallic, like old rusted iron, or maybe dried blood. My throat tightened as I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and strange. The path twisted sharply and narrowed, forcing me to brush against thorny branches scratching at my jacket. I winced. The forest closed in, the canopy blotting out the last pale streaks of twilight. My flashlight was useless here, no batteries, my usual oversight. I tugged my jacket tighter, the cold settling deep into my bones. Voices echoed faintly ahead. Whispered conversations, hurried and low. My pulse jumped. I crouched behind a fallen log and peered through the undergrowth. There. A cluster of tents, roughly pitched, their fabric stained and patched with mismatched scraps. People moved between them, their faces shadowed but unmistakably human. They weren't hikers or campers. Something about the way they carried themselves, furtive, tense, watching the trees as much as each other, made my skin crawl. A man, tall and thin, stood near a fire pit, though no flames flickered, only glowing embers. He spoke in clipped sentences to a woman whose eyes darted nervously. I caught fragments, No one leaves. Not after dark. Too risky. The words sank into me like cold stones. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This wasn't just a hidden camp. It was a trap. I fumbled for my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. No bars. Just the oppressive silence and the distant rumble of the storm. The man looked up suddenly in my direction. My breath caught. Did he see me? I froze, heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. Then he turned back to his companion. But the moment shattered something inside me. The realization hit like a punch. There was no safe way back now. If they caught me, or worse, if I tried to run, they wouldn't hesitate. I wasn't dealing with lost hikers or friendly woodsmen. These people were guarding something, or maybe someone. I thought about the missing hikers I'd read about, the ones who vanished without a trace near here. Most theories blamed animals or accidents, but now I knew better. They were inside this circle of trees, swallowed by secrets no one talked about. My hands trembled as I pulled out my notebook. I scribbled down everything, the sign, the voices, the camp. I needed proof, something tangible in case I made it out alive. But the storm was coming fast, and the woods seemed to be closing in tighter with every step. Suddenly, footsteps crunched on dry leaves behind me. I whipped around. A young woman emerged from the shadows, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. "You shouldn't be here," she said, voice trembling but firm. "It's not safe." I opened my mouth to ask why, what this place was, but she held up a hand. "Please," she whispered, "just go back. Before it's too late." Her eyes searched mine, desperate. I wanted to believe her, to turn and run towards the fading light and safety. But deep down, I knew I couldn't. The truth was out now. I was tangled in something far bigger than I'd imagined. And there was no turning back. The air thickened, heavy with unspoken warnings, as shadows shifted unnaturally around us. A distant howl echoed, sharp and chilling, slicing through the silence like an item. She stepped closer, her hand trembling as it brushed against mine, a fleeting connection, fragile yet urgent. "They're coming," she breathed, eyes darting toward the darkened tree-line. "You have to trust me. There's a way out, but only if we move now." My heart pounded, caught between fear and resolve. The night had sealed my fate. Whatever awaited was no longer a question of if, but when. Together, we slipped into the underbrush, the world behind us dissolving into shadows. We moved through the underbrush like ghosts, the night swallowing our footsteps almost whole. I kept stealing glances at her. She looked exhausted, her eyes wide and haunted, the pale moonlight catching the sweat on her forehead. "Who are they?" I finally asked, voice barely more than a hiss. She paused, fingers curling tightly around a branch, pulling herself up a steep incline. "Not who. What?" The words were clipped, like she'd rehearsed them. "They're the ones who take people. The ones who keep the missing." My stomach twisted. "You mean those people who disappear from the town? The ones no one ever finds?" Her nod was slow, deliberate. "Exactly. And you're close, too close now." There was something in her tone that tightened my chest, a warning I couldn't ignore. We pushed onward, the forest thickening, branches clawing at our clothes, thorny vines snagging at my backpack. I stumbled once, caught myself on a jagged root, the bark digging into my palms. The sharp, earthy smell of damp moss filled my nostrils, mingling with the faint metallic tang of something else, blood? Sweat? I wasn't sure. We reached a small clearing. The moonlight spilled over a cluster of tents, worn and patched, arranged in a crude circle. A fire flickered dimly in the center, casting long, jittering shadows that twisted against the trees. The smell was stronger here, smoke, sweat, and that same metallic sharpness. My skin prickled. They live here? I whispered, barely daring to breathe. She nodded, eyes darting to the tents. Some of them. Mostly the ones who don't want to be found or those who never left. Her voice dropped. You shouldn't be here. The silence was shattered by a low murmur from the encampment. Figures moved between the tents, indistinct shapes wrapped in ragged clothes, faces hidden beneath hoods. They didn't seem to notice us yet. I could hear the faint scrape of fabric, the soft thud of bare feet on earth, the occasional cough or whispered word. I swallowed hard. What do they want with the missing? Why take them? Her gaze met mine, sharp and unblinking. Control. Power. Fear. It's a game to them, a way to stay invisible while holding the town in their grip. A sudden rustle to our right made me freeze. Something or someone watched us. I caught a glint of eyes reflecting the firelight. My heart thudded so loud I was sure they could hear it. She grabbed my arm, pulling me back into the shadows. Quiet, she breathed. We crouched behind a fallen log, the rough bark scratching my forearms. I could hear voices now, clearer but still muffled. A man's voice, low and gravelly, speaking in a tone that made the hair on my neck stand up. No more visitors. They bring trouble. Not this one, another voice said, softer but edged with something colder, like an item sliding against stone. She's the outsider. She's the one who saw. The words hit me like a punch. They knew. They'd been watching. My skin prickled, sweat slicking my back despite the chill. She tightened her grip on my arm, whispering, "We have to move. Now." I nodded, but then a sharp crack snapped through the air. A branch, surely, but loud enough to draw attention. The figures in the camp froze. Heads turned in our direction, slow, deliberate. The shadows shifted. The firelight caught their faces, harsh, angular, eyes glinting with something dark and unreadable. There were too many of them. I wanted to run, to scream, but my feet felt rooted, heavy and useless. She tugged me again, pulling me backward. This way. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind us, footsteps, shouts, the abrupt bark of a dog. My lungs burned, each breath sharp and ragged. I stumbled, caught myself, then fell forward, dirt and leaves scraping my hands raw. Keep moving, she urged, voice strained but steady. The forest closed in around us, a maze of shadows and silence broken only by our frantic footsteps. My mind raced, heart hammering against ribs that felt like they'd burst. What were they going to do with me? With her? The missing, they weren't just gone, not by chance. They were trapped here, somewhere in this endless tangle of trees and fear. I glanced over my shoulder. The firelight was a distant glow now, swallowed by darkness. But the sounds of those relentless voices, the barking, were closer. We can't keep this up, I gasped. Where do we go? She hesitated, then nodded toward a narrow path barely visible through the undergrowth. There's an old mine shaft nearby. It's dangerous, but it's the only place they won't follow. A mine shaft. My mind flashed to stories I heard, warnings about rotten timbers and sudden drops. But staying meant capture or worse. I didn't say anything. I just followed. The air grew colder as we neared the shaft, the scent of damp earth and decay thick in my nose. The entrance yawned like a dark mouth, swallowing the weak beam of my flashlight. A faint drip echoed from within, steady and slow. She glanced at me, eyes flickering with something I didn't catch. If they catch us, don't look back. Just run. I swallowed, fingers trembling as I edged closer to the gaping hole. The forest behind us felt alive, watching, waiting. I wanted to believe this was just a nightmare, a bad dream I could wake from. But it wasn't. I stepped inside. The darkness closed in immediately, thick and suffocating. The beam of my flashlight cut a narrow path, bouncing off jagged rocks and rotting wood supports. The air was colder here, damp and stale, smelling of mold and something older, something forgotten. "Stay close," she whispered. We moved slowly, the sound of dripping water echoing off walls that seemed to close in tighter with every step. My heart thudded painfully, every nerve screaming for me to turn back. But I couldn't. Not now. Then, a sudden noise, a faint scrape, like nails against stone. I froze, breath caught in throat. She shushed me, eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded, trembling. "They're here." My hands slicked with sweat. I gripped my flashlight tighter, the plastic cool and solid in my palm. Somewhere ahead, a faint light flickered like a candle or a lantern. "We have to see," she said. "We need to know." I wanted to protest, but the urge to understand overpowered every instinct, screaming at me to run. Step by step, we moved toward that flickering glow. The truth was waiting. And it was worse than I ever imagined. The flickering light ahead had vanished by the time I blinked, swallowed by the thick shadows that clung to the low ceiling and cracked walls. I remember how the stale air pressed against my skin, colder now, like the kind of cold that sinks in your bones and refuses to let go. My pulse hammered in my ears, the sound so loud I thought it might give away my presence. But everything else was silent. Too silent. "We need to get out," I whispered, my voice barely carrying in the cavernous space. She nodded, eyes wide, scanning the darkness like she expected something to jump out at us. I could feel the weight of her gaze, a mixture of fear and resolve, and something else I couldn't quite place, maybe a flicker of hope or desperation. I still can't explain it. We backed away slowly, retracing steps over broken boards and damp stones slick with moss. My fingers brushed against the rough plaster of the tunnel walls, cold and crumbly, bits of it flaking off into my palm. The smell of mold and something older, a heavy, metallic tang, lingered in the air. It clung to my throat, making me cough softly. I tasted it, bitter and earthy, like wet earth mixed with rust. Outside, the forest was quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the few stars peeking through didn't offer much comfort. My hands trembled as I fumbled with my flashlight, trying to get it to hold a steady beam. The plastic was slick from sweat, but the coolness was oddly reassuring. We didn't speak much on the way back up the trail. Our footsteps sounded too loud, too intrusive. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see movement, anything. But there was nothing. Just the trees, standing like silent sentinels. When we finally emerged from the forest edge, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The air smelled different here, fresh pine and damp leaves, a sharp contrast to the dankness underground. I bent to catch my breath, my legs weak and wobbling like I'd run a marathon instead of stumbling through the dark. I remember looking at her then, really looking. She looked older somehow, the lines around her eyes deeper, the bright spark that had driven her here flickering unevenly. "We can't tell anyone," she said quietly, almost pleading. "Not yet." I nodded, though every instinct screamed to scream it from the rooftops. The hidden encampment wasn't some ghost story or forgotten myth. People really went missing. And whatever was happening there, it wasn't natural. It was deliberate. human, calculated. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and jittery mornings. I kept replaying everything: the tunnel, the flickering light, the scrape in the dark, and the faces I never saw but knew must have been there. The missing, the forgotten. I tried to shake it off, bury it under the routines of daily life, but it clung to me. Like a shadow I couldn't outrun. During one restless afternoon, I found myself back at the edge of the forest, staring into the dense wall of green. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The birdsong was cheerful, oblivious. I swallowed hard, the memory of those cold stones and that stale air gnawing at my insides. I thought about the people who'd vanished: friends, family, strangers. The questions felt like weights pressing down on my chest. Why there? Why now? And most hauntingly, why me? A week later, I went to the local ranger station. The woman behind the desk was polite but distant, eyes flicking to the papers strewn across her desk. When I mentioned the encampment, her face tightened, a flicker of something unspoken passing between us. "You're not the first to ask," she said finally, voice low. "But it's a closed case. No evidence. No bodies. Just rumors." I nodded, biting back the frustration that threatened to spill over. I knew better. I'd seen the place. I'd felt it. That night, lying in bed, the silence was suffocating. The forest outside was alive with sounds: the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of wind through the pines, but inside my room, everything was still. I stared at the ceiling, each breath shaky and uneven. I realized then that the forest, the path, the encampment, they'd changed me. Not just by what I'd seen, but by what I'd learned about people. About fear. About secrets buried beneath layers of polite denial and whispered warnings. I was no longer the person who had set out on that hike, curious and eager. I was someone who had looked into the dark and felt it stare back. The next morning, I packed a small bag. Not for adventure this time, but for something else. I didn't know exactly what, but I knew I couldn't stay silent forever. I needed to understand more, to find answers not just for me, but for those who had disappeared. As I locked my door behind me, the weight of the unknown settled over my shoulders like a heavy coat. The forest loomed ahead, quiet and watchful. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The path was still there. And so was the truth. Little did I know. Little did I know. The ground beneath my feet shifted subtly, as if the forest itself was breathing, alive and aware. Shadows stretched and twisted between the trees, but I pressed on, drawn by a force I couldn't name. The air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic. A rustle to my right snapped me to attention. I froze, heart pounding. From the thicket emerged a figure, a girl, no older than I was, with wild hair tangled with leaves and a look in her eyes that mirrored my own desperation. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, voice barely audible over the quiet hum of the woods. "I'm looking for them," I said, lowering my bag. "For whoever's gone missing." Her gaze flickered towards the darkness beyond. "They're not gone. Not really. But the forest doesn't let everyone leave." "Why?" I asked, stepping closer. Before she could answer, a low growl rolled through the underbrush. We both turned to see a pair of glowing eyes watching us, unblinking. "Run," she said sharply, grabbing my arm. We dashed through the trees, branches clawing at our faces, until we reached a clearing bathed in pale moonlight. There, at the center, stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and strange markings that pulsed faintly. "This is where it started," she said, voice trembling. "Where the disappearances began." I stepped forward, compelled by something deeper than fear or curiosity. Story 6, Frozen Highway Menace, Invisible Ice Terror. The road never really changes, not the way you think. I was hauling a load from Minneapolis down to Oklahoma City, a routine trip I'd done more times than I cared to count. The truck's cab smelled like old leather, dried coffee, and the faint tang of pine air freshener, not exactly inspiring, but it was home for the next 30 hours. I kept one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the gear shift, eyes darting between the road and the cracked windshield. The miles slid under me, one after another, like beads on a string. Somewhere near the Iowa border, I first saw it, an abandoned car, a small blue sedan, tucked off the shoulder in a shallow ditch. Its door hung open, swinging slightly with the wind. The paint was faded, and the tires looked flat like it had been there for weeks. I slowed down, curiosity prickling. No other cars around, no signs of anyone nearby. Just that lonely vehicle, staring at me from the edge of the road. I shook my head. Probably just some dumb kid ran out of gas, I muttered. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Why leave the door open like that? Why not call for a tow or wait for help? I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting headlights to appear, but the road behind was empty. Pushing on, the sky darkened, and the temperature dropped. I flicked the heater on full blast, the warm air failing to fully push away the cold that seemed to seep through the cab's thin walls. Somewhere out there, the wind was picking up. It rattled the side mirror, a soft thumping sound that I found oddly unsettling. The highway signs passed by, one after another, each duller than the last. The only thing breaking the monotony were those faded roadside warnings. I caught sight of the first one just after a blind curve, a small metal sign, rusted and peeling, that read caution, black ice ahead. I blinked, thinking maybe I'd misread it, but no, there it was, the words etched into the battered metal. Strange, considering the temperature was above freezing. Not cold enough for ice, invisible or otherwise. I tapped the brakes lightly, my hands tightening on the wheel. The road was dry, but the sign felt like a warning shot, a whisper of something lurking beneath the surface. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. Still nothing but empty highway. Then came the second sign, about 10 miles later. This one was even worse, half the letters missing, the rest barely legible. Invis. Ice zones. Deadly. I slowed again, heart quickening. The air smelled different here, damp, like a mix of wet asphalt and something metallic. I could taste it, sharp and bitter on my tongue. As I drove on, the landscape shifted. Cornfields gave way to dense patches of forest, trees looming like silent sentinels. Shadows pulled in the hollows between hills. The headlights cut through the dark green, but nothing moved. No animals darting across the road, no flicker of headlights in the distance, no sign of life at all. Just the truck, the road, and those damned signs. By the time I reached the third warning, I was on edge. This one was different. It wasn't just rusted and faded, it looked freshly painted over an older, rusted sign. The letters gleamed in the beam of my headlights. Black ice, invisible patches, caution advised. No location, no explanation, just a stark, urgent command. I tapped the brakes again, slower this time, heart pounding in my chest. What was going on? Why were these signs there, warning about conditions that didn't seem to exist? I tried to shake the unease. Maybe some local pranksters, or leftover signs from a past winter storm. But something about the way the signs were scattered, almost deliberately placed, felt wrong. I pulled off at the next rest stop, a small, deserted place with flickering lights and a thin layer of frost on the picnic tables. The smell of diesel and pine hit me as I climbed out. The cold bit at my face and hands, sharp and real. I rubbed my palms together, trying to warm them. Inside the tiny station, the radio crackled with static, a lone voice reading the weather report. Clear skies, no precipitation, temperature steady above freezing. I looked out the window again. The road stretched out like a ribbon, empty and silent. I caught my reflection in the glass, eyes tired, face tight with worry I didn't want to admit. I poured some lukewarm coffee from the machine, the bitter taste settling on my tongue. The rest stop was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant bark of a dog. Somewhere, a car door slammed. Back in the cab, I ran through the checklist in my head. Tires. Good. Brakes. Responsive. Lights. All functioning. Still, the feeling didn't leave me. A low ache in my gut, a prickling at the back of my neck. I pulled back on the highway, the truck's engine growling to life. The road curved ahead, headlights illuminating the cracked pavement. Then, just past the crest of a hill, I saw it, another abandoned car, this one a battered white pickup, its hood crumpled and windshield spiderwebbed with cracks. No skid marks. No sign of what happened. Just the silent vehicle, waiting. My hands tightened on the wheel. What was I missing? Why were these vehicles left here, scattered like ghosts along the roadside? And what about those black ice warnings? Were they real, or some kind of sick joke? The night stretched ahead, endless and dark, swallowing the miles whole. I swallowed hard, the taste of cold metal lingering in my mouth. Then, as I drove past the pickup, I caught a glimpse in the corner of my eye, a figure, standing just beyond the tree line. I blinked. It was gone. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe. But I didn't feel so sure anymore. The figure vanished so fast I wasn't even sure if I'd seen it. I kept driving, the truck's tires humming a steady drone over the cracked asphalt. The radio was dead static, no music, no chatter. Just white noise filling the cab. My eyes flicked to the side mirrors every few seconds, catching the dull gleam of empty road behind me. Nothing. No other cars, no headlights, no life. Just that pickup, bleached white under a flickering roadside lamp, frozen in time. That night, the black ice warnings twisted through my thoughts. The signs kept popping up, sometimes faded to near illegibility, other times freshly painted, like somebody was trying to keep a message alive. Invisible black ice, drive with caution. But the weird part? The spots they marked didn't make sense. They weren't on bridges or shady curves, just random stretches of straight highway, sometimes miles apart. And every time I slowed down, those abandoned vehicles appeared. No skid marks, no crashes, no signs of struggle. Just empty shells, like the people inside had evaporated. I pulled over at the next way station, hoping for a break, a moment to clear my head. The cold air hit me like a slap when I climbed down. It smelled faintly of diesel and damp earth, the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes and settles in your lungs. The station was dead, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting sickly shadows on the concrete. A few trucks sat parked, but no drivers in sight. I wandered over to the bulletin board, scanning the usual notices about route changes, weather warnings, and safety tips. Then, tucked behind an outdated road map, I spotted a crumpled flyer pinned with a thumbtack. The paper was yellowed and water-stained, but the message was clear, black ice warnings, yes, but with something more, a handwritten note scrawled in shaky pen. Stay alert. Don't trust the signs. They don't mark all the spots. It's worse than you think. They muttered. No signature. No date. Just that. I folded it carefully, slipping it into my jacket pocket. The truckers I'd met over the years, they'd never mentioned anything like this. Most shrugged off road warnings as routine paranoia. But this felt different. Personal. Urgent. Back inside the cab, I called my dispatcher. The line crackled, then her voice came through, tired but steady. Everything all right out there? I hesitated. Hey, Dana. Have you heard anything about these black ice warnings? The abandoned cars? I'm seeing stuff that doesn't add up. Her sigh was almost a whisper. You're not the first to say that. Some drivers have been pulling over, reporting the same things. No official word from the DOT. They say it's nothing, just an uptick in accidents due to weather. But the trucks, the ones that don't make it off the road, there's chatter. Quiet chatter. Quiet chatter. That doesn't help much. I know. Just watch your six, okay? And if you see anything off, call it in. But don't get yourself spooked. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Yeah. Thanks, Dana. I appreciate it. After I hung up, I ran my hands over the dashboard, the cold plastic rough under my fingertips. The radio crackled again, a burst of static, then a faint voice. I turned it up, curious. Report black ice patch at mile marker 146. Truck lost control, rolled off the shoulder. The voice faded into static. I leaned in closer. Mile 146, I muttered. That's not far from here. I checked my GPS. The digital map blinked under the windshield, showing a thin blue line stretching ahead. Mile 146 sat just over the next ridge. I debated pulling over to check it out. Part of me wanted to stay in the cab, warm and safe. The other part, something gnawing at the edges of my mind, wanted answers. I was tired, sure, but the kind of tired that sleep wouldn't fix. A restless itch that wouldn't stop until I knew what was really going on. The night air had thickened, the temperature dropping fast. My breath fogged up the windows in slow spirals. I turned on the heater, but the warmth felt distant, like it belonged to someone else's world. The truck's engine growled, steady and reassuring, but I wasn't sure if that was enough. I drove on. The landscape shifted again, trees thinning out to reveal empty fields, their dark outlines trembling in the wind. The road straightened, smooth and deceptive. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the roadside. Then, there it was. Another car. This one a dark sedan, its paint dulled and scratched, sitting half buried in a shallow ditch. The driver's door hung open a crack, creaking on its hinges with every gust. No lights. No movement. Just silence. I pulled to the shoulder, heart tightening in that familiar way. The truck's tires hissed against gravel. I killed the engine, the sudden quiet pressing against my ears. I reached for the door handle, fingers brushing the cold metal. The air smelled faintly of burnt rubber and something else, damp leaves, maybe, or old leather. I stepped out, boots crunching on the gravel. The wind tugged at my jacket, colder now, sharper. I looked around, half expecting to see someone watching from the trees. No one. The open door creaked wider. Inside, the seats were wet, the floor mats muddied. The dashboard was cracked, the steering wheel stained with what looked like dried salt. A faint smell of gasoline lingered. I called out softly, "Hello," but the only reply was the wind. No sign of the driver. No keys in the ignition. No notes, no clues. Just an empty car, abandoned and eerie. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. The thought crossed me, what if the driver wasn't far? Or worse, what if something had happened I didn't see? I climbed back into the truck, locking the door behind me. The heater sputtered to life, filling the cab with a weak warmth. I stared out at the dark stretch of road, feeling more alone than ever. That's when the headlights appeared. Far off, down the highway. Not one, but two sets, converging fast. The sudden brightness stabbed through the night, reflecting off wet pavement. I squinted, trying to make out the vehicles. Were they trucks? Cars? Friends? Enemies? The headlights neared, their beams cutting through the darkness like item. As they passed, I caught a glimpse of the drivers' faces hidden behind tinted glass. No waves. No smiles. Just empty eyes staring straight ahead. The trucks disappeared into the night, swallowed by the black ribbon of highway stretching beyond the horizon. I exhaled, the breath tasting sharp and metallic. Then the radio crackled again, a voice clear this time. If you're out there, be careful. Black ice isn't the only thing you should watch for. Static swallowed the warning. The engine roared to life under my hands. I pulled back onto the highway, the miles ahead growing longer, darker, and more uncertain. I wasn't just fighting the cold anymore. I was fighting something I couldn't see, something that wanted me to lose control. And somehow, I had a feeling it was watching. I gripped the wheel tighter and pressed down on the accelerator. The road didn't end. Neither did the night. The radio went silent again after that last warning. The voice, clear, calm, like someone used to talking through static, vanished as suddenly as it came. I stared out at the gloom beyond the windshield, trying to shake off the cold that wasn't from the failing heater. The headlights I'd seen earlier had disappeared, swallowed by the night, but their emptiness lingered, like a shadow pressed against my ribs. I tapped the mic again, fingers trembling, but nothing. Just silence. I should have turned around. Headed back to the last rest stop, somewhere with people, light, warmth. But I didn't. I couldn't. Not now. Not after what I'd seen. The highway stretched on, a ribbon of black ice warnings faded into the shoulder's cracked paint, the signs warped and peeling. I caught sight of one, half buried in snow drifts, the words almost illegible, invisible patches ahead. The thought gnawed at me. Invisible. Not sudden ice from a freeze, like I'd dealt with in the past. This was different. Something else. I rubbed my eyes, tasting stale coffee and dust in the cab. The air smelled like frozen metal and old rubber, the diesel fumes creeping in through a cracked vent. My fingers clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white. That voice on the radio, who was it? How did they know about the black ice? And what else? The road ahead curved sharply, a blind bend. I slowed, maybe too much. The tires hummed against the slick asphalt. Then I saw it. A car, abandoned, half off the road, tires sunk into the shoulder mud. The headlights were off, the windows fogged over. No movement. No lights inside. Just frozen silence. I pulled over, careful not to slip. The cold hit me like a wall as I climbed down. Snow crunched under my boots. The world was eerily still. No wind, no distant engine hum, no birds, just this dead quiet that pressed into my ears until I thought they'd burst. The car's door was slightly ajar. I hesitated. Something didn't sit right. The smell, faint but unmistakable, was sweet, like syrup or rotten fruit, sour and sticky. I leaned closer, breathing it in, stomach twisting. Inside, the upholstery was soaked, the fabric darkened by something I didn't want to name. I reached out, fingertips grazing the seat, and the wetness clung cold and sticky. "Hello?" I called out, voice low, barely more than a whisper. No reply. The only sound was the faint crackle from my radio, which had come back to life for a moment, spitting static and then stay on the road. Don't stop. I jumped back, heart hammering. Who was sending these messages? And why? The sense of being watched crept over me, cold and sharp. I scanned the tree line, shadows shifting between bare branches, ghost shapes in the dark. Back in the truck, I locked the door and stared through the windshield. The road ahead was empty, but my mind wasn't. My nerves buzzed like static. I wasn't just driving into black ice anymore. This was something else. Something more deliberate, planned. That's when I noticed the other vehicles. Not just the one car. Others, too, scattered like debris along the roadside. A pickup truck with a shattered windshield, a van half buried in snow, tires flat or missing. None had lights or signs of life. No tire tracks leading away. Just abandoned, left to rot in the cold. I checked my watch. 3:17 a.m. No cell signal. No GPS. Just me, the road, and the dark. I tried the CB again. Anyone out there? This is Rig 47. Come in. Static. Then a hiss, and a voice crackling through different from before. You don't want to find out what's behind those patches. The voice was low, urgent. Like a warning, but also a threat. My hands trembled on the wheel. The heater sputtered, as if struggling against the cold seeping into the cab. I swallowed hard, taste bitter and dry. I thought about turning off the highway, but every exit was barricaded. Roadblocks, cones, signs faded and twisted by frost. Like the highway itself had been trapped in ice, not just on the surface, but beneath. I realized then, I couldn't leave. Not yet. I was locked in, part of this strange, frozen snare. Whatever was out here wasn't just nature. It was human, too. Someone had been here before me, left those vehicles, those warnings, those voices on the radio. And now, I was next. The temperature dropped. The cab's windows fogged over, blurring the world outside into a smear of black and white. My breath steamed in the air, slow and heavy. I rubbed my hands together, trying to pull the warmth back. The radio crackled again, faint but clear. Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't look back. I wanted to argue, to tell whoever was out there to leave me alone, to explain I wasn't involved, just a driver trying to make a living. But my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I nodded at the silent cab, the empty road, the endless dark. I started the engine, the diesel growling to life beneath me. The headlights carved a path through the night, illuminating the faded warning signs that seemed to leer like ghosts. I crossed the curve where the abandoned car waited, then the stretch lined with forgotten wrecks. Each one a story I didn't want to know, a warning I couldn't ignore. The road ahead twisted, uncertain, but I had no choice. I was past the point of no return. The radio whispered one last message before fading into static, "You're part of this now." And I realized, with a cold certainty, that the black ice wasn't the only thing waiting to catch me. The diesel engine hummed low, a steady pulse beneath the dark sky. The road stretched out, a ribbon of black asphalt cutting through shifting shadows. The headlights caught the edge of another warning sign, bleached and cracked, the words barely legible. Invisible black ice, move with caution. The paint flaked away like old skin, but the warning was clear enough. I swallowed hard. There'd been plenty of warnings like this, faded and forgotten, scattered across this stretch of highway. I'd taken them lightly at first, chalking it up to overcautious local folklore. Now, not so much. A light breeze teased the cab, carrying the scent of wet pine and something metallic, maybe rust or old oil. The cold was creeping back in, colder than before, crawling under the lining of my jacket. Outside, the air, Cold and heavy with silence was heavy and silent. No wind chimes or distant traffic, just the occasional crunch of gravel under the truck's tires. Silence. Complete silence. My breath came out in short bursts. I glanced in the side mirror, catching the faint reflection of the abandoned car from earlier. Headlights, shattered glass, and twisted metal, empty and still. The truck's radio crackled again, faint, almost lost beneath static. I leaned closer, the sound a whisper, "Don't stop." Not here. I wanted to argue, to say I needed a break, that I couldn't keep running blind into whatever this was. But the word stuck, lodged behind my teeth. My hands trembled, gripping the wheel like I could wrestle the truck through the darkness by sheer force. The landscape was changing again. Trees thinned out, replaced by open fields glazed with frost. The road curved sharply to the right, and I slowed, muscles tense. The truck's tires whispered over the asphalt, no crunch, no slip. Yet the hair on my neck prickled like something was watching, waiting. Then the headlights caught it. A patch on the road, glistening like polished glass. Black ice. But no frost in the air, no cold mist rising. It was a slick mirror, impossible to see until the last second. My breath hitched. I instinctively eased off the accelerator, the truck sliding ever so slightly as the tires lost grip. I held the wheel steady, heart thudding loud enough I was sure the engine could hear it. The truck straightened. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. All around, the road seemed to pulse, shifting, changing. I squinted, blinking hard. Was it my eyes playing tricks? Or maybe the black ice wasn't just a patch but a pattern, weaving traps along the road. I could almost feel it, like the asphalt itself was alive, waiting for a mistake. Then the radio sputtered again. This time, a voice, low and steady, but with an edge I couldn't place. Don't trust the signs. They don't tell the whole truth. I swallowed hard, eyes darting to the dashboard. No one else on the line. Yet the voice sounded close, as if someone was sitting right beside me. "Who is this?" I asked, voice rough, cracking. Silence. Then static. I turned the volume down, heart still pounding like a drum in my chest. The truck rumbled forward, the tires gripping the road better now, but I wasn't fooled. The road was a puzzle, and I was missing pieces. Ahead, something flickered in the distance, a light, maybe a reflector or a sign. I squinted, leaning forward. The shape resolved into a figure standing by the roadside, motionless. The figure was small, bundled up against the cold, but no reflective gear, no signal. Just standing there, watching. I slowed, slowing more than I wanted. My mind raced. Should I stop? Should I keep going? The radio's warnings echoed louder in my head. Don't stop. Don't look back. I kept moving, the truck rolling past the figure. The headlights caught their face for a second. Pale. Eyes white but empty, like a ghost in human skin. My stomach flipped. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched as I drove by. I swallowed, throat dry. The road suddenly felt narrower, the night pressing in from all sides. The radio crackled again, this time a faint laugh, dry and hollow. You can't outrun it. I slammed on the brakes. The truck shuddered, tires screeching against the asphalt, and for a moment everything stilled. The figure vanished. No trace. No footprints in the frost. Just empty road and the cold night pressing close. My hands shook so badly I had to grip the wheel with both fists to steady them. My breath came out in ragged bursts, fogging up the inside of the windshield. I wiped it away with the sleeve of my jacket, eyes darting over the empty highway. A distant dog barked once. Somewhere far off, faint and broken. The sound felt wrong, desperate, warning. I wanted to call the dispatcher, to tell someone what was happening, but the radio was dead now. Static. Silence. I reached for my phone, only to find it dead. Battery drained. I'd forgotten to charge it during my last stop. That's when the cold seeped deeper, a chill that wasn't just from the night air but from the sudden isolation, the creeping sense that I was being watched, tracked. The road twisted again, sharper this time, and I felt the truck shift beneath me, the tires skimming over another invisible patch. The steering jerked hard, and I fought to keep control, heart in my throat. The black ice was everywhere, more than just spots. It was a network, a trap laid out by nature or something, someone else. I glanced back again, the rearview mirror showing nothing but the dark ribbon of the highway. No lights, no shadows. Yet the feeling that something was behind me didn't fade. Minutes passed like hours. The radio crackled once more, a voice low and urgent. You have to find the markers. The ones they hide. What markers? Who are you? I asked, voice hoarse, barely a whisper. Static. Then a soft click, like a door closing somewhere miles away. I exhaled, breath shaky, and scanned the roadside. A flash of orange caught my eye, a faded reflector wedged into a cracked guardrail. I pulled the truck over, the tires crunching on gravel. The cold hit me like a wall when I stepped outside, sharp and biting. The reflector was scratched, almost obscured by dirt, but definitely there. I crouched, fingers numb as I traced the edge with my glove. It wasn't just a reflector, there was a symbol etched faintly, a circle with lines radiating out like spokes on a wheel. I'd seen that symbol before, but where? It nagged at me, a memory just beyond reach. The wind picked up, whistling through the cracked guardrail and tossing dead leaves across the road. The headlights from my truck cut a cone of light into the dark, but beyond that, the night was a wall. The road stretched out before me like a promise and a threat all at once, endless ribbon of asphalt folding into the horizon, flanked by woods that whispered secrets I couldn't quite catch. I'd been driving for hours, the weight of the steering wheel familiar and almost comforting, but the tension inside me felt like it was tightening with every mile. Somewhere back there, the abandoned cars had started to haunt my mind more than the shifting landscapes ever could. I pulled into a rest stop just past the last patch of thin ice warnings, those faded signs that looked like they'd been left to rot for decades. I needed a break, a moment to breathe and shake off the creeping cold that wasn't just from the chill in the air. The sun was low now, casting long shadows that made the place look like a snapshot from a half-forgotten nightmare. Inside the diner, the smell hit me first: coffee, stale grease, and something faintly medicinal, like the air wasn't quite clean. I ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream. The cup was warm in my hands, and I watched the steam curl up like smoke from a distant fire. The waitress was older than the building, her eyes sharp, scanning me like I was a story worth telling but not yet worth telling her own. You seen any of those cars on the side of the road? I asked, voice quieter than I meant it to be. She wiped her hands on a rag, then leaned in just enough for me to catch the faintest tremor in her smile. You mean the ones that look like they just gave up? Yeah, I've seen plenty. Folks around here say the black ice gets them. Invisible. Deadly. I nodded, watching her carefully. You ever see what happens to people who hit it? Her eyes darkened. Sometimes they don't make it back. Others? They're different after. Quiet mostly. Like they saw something they weren't supposed to. I didn't push. I didn't want to ask more. Not yet. But the words settled in my chest like a stone. Back on the road, the sun dipped lower. The temperature dropped with it. The radio crackled and died, leaving only the sound of tires humming against the pavement. I kept my eyes peeled, searching for the telltale sheen of ice that seemed to exist only in the corners of my vision. It was like chasing a ghost. The mile markers slipped by. Then I saw it, a crumpled sedan, half buried in the ditch, its paint peeling and windows fogged over. No one around. I slowed, heart thudding a little harder than usual, and pulled off to the shoulder. The air smelled colder here, sharper. The silence pressed down like a weight. I stepped out, boots crunching on frost-hardened gravel. The car's door hung open a crack, the inside dark and empty. No sign of struggle. No footprints in the thin snow. Just the car, abandoned and mute. I circled it, fingers brushing the icy metal. The cold bit through my gloves. This wasn't just an accident spot. Something else was at play. The black ice was the surface, but underneath, there was something about this stretch of road that gnawed at me. I climbed back in, started the engine, and pulled back onto the highway. The truck felt heavier somehow, burdened with the weight of all those vanished drivers and their stories I'd never hear. Night fell fully, and with it came a fog that swallowed the world outside my windshield. Headlights pierced through the gray like searching eyes. I slowed, senses sharpened, every nerve ending humming. Then, without warning, the truck's rear tires slipped. A slick patch, black ice, sure enough. The wheel jerked in my hands. I fought it, muscles burning, heart thudding so loud I thought it might burst. The world tilted, spinning sideways, but somehow I held on. The rake straightened out. I exhaled, slow and deep, sweat prickling at my brow. The road ahead was empty again. But the fear lingered, a shadow clinging close. I realized then that the real danger wasn't just the ice. It was the silence. The isolation. The way the road could unravel a person until all that was left was the sound of their own breath and the distant wail of a forgotten wind. I drove on, but the miles felt different now. Each one heavier. Every mile marker a reminder that I was alone out here, skating on the edge of something cold and unforgiving. Dawn came pale and hesitant, painting the world in washed-out colors. I pulled into a small town, the kind with a single gas station and a diner where the regulars knew your name but not your story. Inside, I found a bulletin board cluttered with notices about road closures, weather advisories, and faded warnings about black ice patches. One note caught my eye, scribbled hastily on a stained piece of paper. Stay alert. The ice doesn't show. It's waiting. No signature. I pinned it to my mind, folded it away with the memory of the empty car, the slippery moments on the road, and the waitress's quiet words. I sat down with a cup of lukewarm coffee, fingers wrapped around the mug, feeling the tremor in my hands slow. I thought about all the miles driven, the trucks passed by, the silent dangers that hid in plain sight. I thought about the drivers who never made it back, about the way nature could be cruel without ever needing to shout. But I was still here, still moving forward. That night, when I finally pulled into the yard, the sky was clear and cold. The stars were sharp, scattered like pinpricks of light through the dark. I turned off the engine and sat for a long time, listening to the quiet hum of the world waking up around me. I reached for the notebook I kept in the glove box, the one where I jotted down details, times, places, signs, strange sightings. The black ice warnings, the abandoned vehicles, the silence that stretched between them like a thread. I realized something important then, something I hadn't admitted even to myself. It wasn't just about the ice. It was about respect. Respect for the road, for the dangers you couldn't see, and for the stories left behind by those who'd been caught off guard. Driving wasn't just about miles or deliveries. It was about vigilance. About recognizing that the world can change in an instant, and you have to be ready to change with it. I closed the notebook, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the cold night air. The truck behind me stood quiet, a hulking reminder of the miles yet to come. But I felt different now. Not lighter, exactly. Not fearless. Just aware. And maybe that was enough. The road would always be there, endless and shifting, full of traps and shadows. But so was I. And this time, I was ready.